We got a speed ranking or a speed washing of dishes.
Speed washing.
I need to do that, but
It was
What
good to
else?
have Judy's input on that list. It made it more
Yeah.
unique.
There would have been a couple where we were completely split.
That's
Mario,
pretty
Sonic,
definitive ranking.
Zelda fan, how are you? Alright, ready, set. Here we
Who
go.
has the best? Who has the best boss theme in the Wind Waker?
A Mulgara.
The one everyone likes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Actually, I don't even know the themes really. Yeah.
Oh man, my thumb is starting to be a little sore from mashing.
She was getting little kisses from those Octoroks.
Okay, not many splits on this one. Enter Spirit's Grave, wow. This is unlike
Wow.
Mossy's. I think Oracle of Seasons I've got like 75 splits, but Oracle of Ages got like none.
Yeah, they're basically all just enter dungeon, complete dungeon.
Corey, what do you think about Oracle of Ages?
I think it's far and away the better Oracle game.
Hmm.
It's not... I don't think it's towards the top of my favorites list, but it's definitely a fun game. Definitely respectable. Probably
Yeah.
around the middle of my list.
You respect it as a person?
I do respect it, yes.
There's about 6 minutes of text here. I get the shovel in the past. I get the shovel in the past, right?
It's the only shovel I know about.
Oracle of Ages is actually one of the few Zelda games that I haven't played multiple times. I've only played this game once.
Hmm. I've only played it twice, so I think it's great though. I don't know where I'd rank it. I guess we'll have to throw it through the machine.
See what the numbers say.
See what they spell. Game gets into a bit of a predicament on your story.
The Legend of Zelda: Your Story.
Let's say the Elton John version. Your story or your song, not your story.
Is that where the whole game gets revealed to be a video game?
Yeah. Great virtual theater reference there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was over my head.
They made it. Well, I don't know if this would shock you as much, but there's a Dragon Quest movie.
It's kind of
That
a
is-
massive spoiler, but
Yeah, okay, spoilers for the Dragon Quest animated movie, which there's literally no other reason to watch it other than this big spoiler,
yeah.
but I've said it, so there it is.
There's a movie
But-
that you don't know it's a Dragon Quest movie?
No, it's based on Dragon Quest 4, right? 5, and it's just like pretty much the story from that game. But then in the end of the movie, it's actually revealed to be one big video game.
Like it's a VR video game where there's like a guy that's like
Plays
playing
it at
the
a
VR
mall.
version, and the whole game disintegrates, and the main antagonist ends up being like
A hacker,
like a code that a hacker put in.
which is not part of the game.
No. It's ridiculous. That made that movie for me.
It's a very boring movie up until that point.
Yeah, it's pretty generic. I liked it. I liked all the Dragon Questy stuff.
That's how they should do a Zelda movie.
Oh, the game audio is completely off, I think, by the way.
What do you mean by completely off? Oh,
No.
You don't hear it?
Oh, no, I can hear it. I can hear it. Never mind.
Look at you just making up stuff.
Yeah, I know. Well, because I have it muted on my laptop, but then I have my phone over here.
If it was muted, I sure hope it wasn't coming through.
That makes sense, then.
Otherwise, my god.
I want to rank the trees, the talking trees in Zelda.
What do we got? Deku and Tumaku? Is that it?
Bagu?
Yeah, if you want to count the manga, you've got the Baga tree. Which is just the dark Deku tree.
Interesting.
There's gotta be some more trees.
The Deku sprout.
How about
becomes the
Majora?
Deku tree?
That's true. It's like a Donkey Kong Jr. or whatever
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Didn't Nintendo recently reveal how old Mario is?
They did?
I feel like they did.
I think they said he's like 27.
Yeah, they were like, oh, Mario's actually younger than you think. Which doesn't make
27?
sense, but...
Nintendo claims Mario is 26 years old.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't believe that either.
I think he's in his mid-40s.
That makes a lot more sense to me.
Maybe older. 52? I could see him having grandchildren. What do you think?
Little Mario grandbabies?
I picture him like Bob Hoskins' age in the movie.
How old was Bob Hoskins in the movie?
Oh my god.
30 something, late 30s.
That's kind of where I always picture Mario, like late 30s, pushing 40.
Let's look at how old. Or well, he's dead now, but let's. He was born in 1942, so.
Okay. So he was.
Wait, Mario has adult. Oh, he's got baby Mario. Are those his kids?
No, baby Mario is him
Yeah.
Oh.
as a baby.
Does Mario have kids?
Not that we know of.
Did you see? I saw someone share like all the characters that they've added to like the Mario Kart mobile game and Dr. Mario because it's like they got to keep coming up with characters for you to unlock.
Yeah.
So there's like Dr. Baby Wario.
Dr. Baby Wario.
There's
like
baby Wario.
Yeah,
Well, they're just picking characters that they've used and adding Doctor to it. Because Baby Wario actually was in, I think Yoshi's Island for DS.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there was Dr. Triple Goombas. Just 3 Goombas.
Classic Doctor Triple Goombas.
Are these like the Corey and Gooey definitive ranking names?
Yeah. Let's see, like, what's the most outrageous one?
Dr. Baby Wario is pretty outrageous.
I don't think Mario's 45 years old. What's okay, hold on. When was Bob Hoskins born?
Mario is 45 years old. Yeah, Mario and Sonic. We see your messages. So you just saved this tree's how about baby Mako tree here?
Yeah.
She's your fiance.
Yeah.
Where do you think they have their honeymoon?
in the exact same spot where she is.
Yes. Do they have many options?
Not really. It's pretty bold of her that she gets saved and she's like, okay, I'm gonna marry you now.
300 or 400 years later? What a woman.
She's got a good memory. The Seed Satchel.
Alright.
Do we think that in this game and the Oracle games, were seeds used too much or an appropriate amount? Because there's a lot of seeds.
Some of them are completely optional. You never use them.
There's like a scent seed, right?
Yeah, that is actually required in this game.
Oh, okay.
Kill one enemy in Mermaid Cave.
Yeah, I think they could have. Expanded upon it in like a future game and make it more like interesting for some of them.
Is more seeds what we need in the Oracle remake?
Not more seeds, no.
More seeds.
More types of seeds, more variants.
Maybe just some streamlining of the seed.
Yeah, I agree. They gotta streamline it somehow. I like the concept of using the seeds.
My name is Mario. Doesn't that mean I know much about Mario?
What's your last name? Sonic Zelda fan?
Yeah.
Is your name Mario or your username Mario?
Mario? Mm-hmm. Just how many Marios are there?
Luigi? No, Luigi Mario.
Oh boy.
Oh, I've got 5k channel points again.
I got a bunch because I haven't used any.
Me, I'm not a Twitch person. I'm claiming a bonus though. All right. Pretty excited to go through these dungeons again.
These are this is a quintessential intro dungeon. Or that's not the right phrasing.
Shouldn't have said that.
This is a very generic vanilla dungeon.
It surprises me how little I remember from this game. Even Oracle of Seasons, I've played it more, and there are almost no dungeon layouts that I can remember off the top of my head.
This dungeon is like a giant circle. And it connects back at the end. That is optional. I think. We got the mini boss here. Trigini.
What is it?
Giant guinea, but you got the baby guinea. So.
That's a quad guinea.
In the Korean GUI naming conventions,
Yeah. Gotta be quad guinea.
Quad guinea? Wow.
Moblin's got a boomerang. So you think he is Agoria?
Got him.
Don't think twice.
Next time he's going to pick up a weapon, he's going to look at the boomerang and think, nah, that's not my place.
Goblins don't work dungeons. Oh, no, wait. Wait. Goblins definitely work dungeons, yeah.
When I was a kid, I did not know that those enemies were Stoffels. Like, I didn't know they were skeletons.
What'd you think they were?
It's like weird guys. I don't know.
Just strange guys hanging out in the dungeon.
I thought they were like little angels or something.
Little angels.
Yeah, I don't know.
Angel Slayer Link.
Like their arms, that I thought they were like kind of like wings or something. I thought that was like their arms up, like their shoulders, I think.
Wow.
It's kind of hard to describe what I thought they looked like.
Yeah.
Got our boy right here.
Who's our boy?
Pumpkinhead.
Oh. Hell yeah, look at this guy. He's got a
good old Pumpkinhead.
Dope medallion.
Would this be a good cosplay?
He's got some swag.
This would be a good cosplay. Though no one would know you were a Zelda boss. Just be like, what's this weird Halloween character?
Yeah.
Pumpkinhead is better than Ganon, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, one dungeon down. They get progressively longer. By significant margins.
It's too bad there's too many dungeons.
Ooh, wow. Bullets thrown.
Too many dungeons.
Champions Cast reference.
Yeah. You know, they always say that, like, Ages is supposed to be the puzzle one, and Seasons is supposed to be the combat one, but I like more boss fights in Ages easily than in Seasons. I don't know if that's just me, but the Oracle of Seasons does not impress me combat-wise at all.
I think the bosses are fun in that, though they remind me more of, yeah, like more
6 of them are just Zelda 1 bosses plus one minor twist.
Yeah.
Plus
If it ain't broke.
Mothula is Link to the Past boss.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that is like the complexity of the dungeons as well. Nobody's getting confused where to go in virtually any of the Oracle Seasons dungeons.
Yeah, this one's definitely more complex.
I think the overworld navigation is more complex than Seasons.
I think that's fair.
Not in a good way, but
Well, I don't know, because it's like... It's usually like there's one thing. There's one path you need to unlock or one secret to get in the area, and you only get that secret. I feel like there aren't really a lot of areas where it's worth going to in all of the seasons. Because usually you just need to go to the one season that you need to progress. And then move forward.
it felt like the time traveling in this was more satisfying. And it's built around the one over. Like, I don't really like going down to the underworld and Seasons.
Yeah, I don't like Subrosia at all, really.
This just feels so much tighter from an overworld perspective.
Yeah.
And like they slowly make it more complex with the time travel, but it's still understandable, you know.
It's very similar to A Link to the Past with the Dark World.
Yeah. This adds in though eventually, you know, where you can go kind of at will, right?
Yeah.
It's like
yeah. Well, it's a weird thing, like, because here, Nehru teaches you the Tune of Echoes, which allows you to create warp portals.
Mm-hmm.
But then later, she also teaches you the Tune of Ages, which allows you freedom to just forget warp portals and just warp at leisure. The same person that teaches you both, and I'm sure, you know, you didn't just learn this, mechanic.
Yeah. That's kind of strange. How do they justify that? Oh, I forgot, and I just remembered there's actually a better song you can use.
Yeah.
They have to explain it, right? Or maybe they don't. I'd be okay even if it was just, hey, it's a video game.
Yeah. You get the better song now.
Hey, Allison.
Hello there. How are we doing? You okay?
You're a little low.
You're a little quiet.
Okay. Bear with me.
There you go.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, happy days. Brilliant.
Here's a question posed from the chat that maybe you could answer. What Zelda game would you replay as if you were playing for the first time? If you could.
Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, gosh.
Putting you on the spot right away.
Yeah. Throw you into the fire.
How dare you? Ocarina of Time, definitely.
Oh, nice.
But that's probably a popular one. Quite a lot of people would say that. But yeah.
Like Breath of the Wild is a good go-to for me.
Yeah, I'd pretty easily say Breath of the Wild, or even like Wind Waker, just because you're exploring, discovering new stuff. You can't rediscover it really on your subsequent playthroughs.
That's true.
Probably Breath of the Wild. Although, like, I don't know. Like, I have weird, like, memories of some, like... I have very fond memories of playing this game for the first time. This was one of the first handheld games I played, like... I didn't have that many handheld games growing up. Not a big... like, part of who I was, but, like, I remember going to the library in, sort of in circa 2001, because I was in high school. I remember kind of getting, so I vividly remember this. We had like, with my high school, you know, you had your own like login account every time you wanted to use the computer and the internet at the school. And I think you had 500 printout pages for the course of the year. And I think I spent like 130 or so printing out a Game FAQ's text guide of this.
Oh, I've been there.
What'd you say?
I've been there.
And I remember, like, at my desk in my bedroom, I still have that desk. It's in one of the bedrooms upstairs here now. But, like, I never played this game on the go, but I just played it at my desk on my Game Boy Advance with all the lights off and then the lamp on, and then having the guide next to me.
Aw.
And I remember, like, going through Lina City and Lina Village, like the early part of the game, and just, like, expanding the map one by one square and remembering where everything is. Like, I used to have the map memorized, like, screen for screen kind of thing.
That you're making you're making kind of a point for me that I was gonna say about like replaying some of them is like Link's Awakening is like one of my favorite games, but even if I could replay it like I hadn't before, I couldn't recreate the conditions
Exactly.
that made me connect with it.
That's exactly the point I was making, actually. Like,
okay, yeah.
It's not the game, but the experience I had with the game. And maybe it has to do with my age more than anything, and the period of my life. That like you wanna rekindle that era. Not so much the game itself is fun, but it's I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I also feel like Breath of the Wild is a good answer for me, because it's like I'm kind of in a similar place, and so I would just appreciate that probably the most right now, you know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nostalgia attached to that question too.
Oof, I don't remember this puzzle.
Wow, I love flipping them with the shovel. That's cool. That's
I remember playing Oracle of Ages back in 2001 when I was at university on my Game Boy Color. Again, really good memories of playing the 2D games. I played Link's Awakening DX to death, and then the Oracle games came out, and it was by Capcom, which was a bit strange. But I think they did with this.
Yeah, I think they did a good job.
With all of their games, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have very specific memories tied to Link's Awakening, just remembering doing minute things in totally unremarkable locations, but I just remember it, you know?
Yeah.
I just remember playing Turtle Rock in the back of the van. I was in a random parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I have those memories too.
I remember my friend had a Game Boy Advance, a Game Boy Color, I should say, and he got DX. And I remember thinking, he showed it to me because he knew I liked, at the time, Legend of Zelda, at the time, A Link to the Past and Ocarina were two of my favorite games. But I had never actually played Link's Awakening at that point. This was 1999, I think. I remember playing it briefly and thinking, I don't know this game. I don't like it.
I played it before I was really I beat it before I beat any other Zelda game. So to me it was just as quintessential as a Zelda experience.
I didn't beat Link's Awakening until I think I beat this game I think before it. Even this game in that GameFAQs period where I was telling you about, I didn't beat this game. But I remember playing it and getting a bit into it, but never beating it, and then wanting to get back into it and then starting over. I feel like I started over a few times. I remember thinking it'd be fun just following the guide almost word for word. And just doing everything as they suggest, and so you see all the little secrets, and I'm I want to discover every single square. I've always been that kind of Zelda player in general.
So Mossies, yeah.
I think, because I never had a Zelda guide.
It's funny that you feel so fondly about it even after playing it and not finishing it, because I kind of have the same experience but the total opposite feelings for Oracle of Seasons, because Seasons was one of the first Zelda games I ever played, but I always ended up getting stuck at one point and then never finished the game, and I think that created some sort of mental block in my brain, so that now I just have trouble remembering the game, and therefore it's one of my least favorites. There's something about it. There's something about it where I'll play through it, and then a day or two later I'll be like, alright, what did I just play through? And I can't even remember most of the dungeons.
What the hell is this guy?
Wow.
Floppy ears.
Very strong opinion right there.
Oh, Josh
What
is here.
the hell is this guy? Hey Josh, how are you?
What's up, Josh?
Wasn't expecting a Josh.
Hi.
Wyatt.
Hi.
Hi, Josh.
Josh, I think you would very much enjoy my entirety, almost beginning to end, of my Majora's Mask 3D playthrough.
I feel like that's not accurate.
I probably had more failure in that game than any run I've ever had. Like, in terms of the amount of, small failures that were happening time and time again.
Oh. Okay. Well, I would like it when you fail.
Did I ever tell you that when I was a kid, I had a Game Boy Color and I had Link's Awakening, Link's Awakening, and this kid I had swimming lessons with had a regular Game Boy and Link's Awakening DX, and I got him to trade me. I was like, "Look, this won't even work for you."
That's a worthwhile trade. That makes sense.
Wait, you traded Link's Awakening for Link's Awakening DX?
Yeah.
But because he
had a regular
Game
Game Boy.
A Game Boy Color. That makes sense.
Link's Awakening DX works on a regular Game Boy.
I know. You could still play the dungeon. It would just be annoying.
Not really annoying. It would be the same.
Well, the color puzzles wouldn't. You could still probably figure it out because they're different shape. Yeah, no, he kind of got a bad deal, honestly.
Yeah.
I want to apologize to Daniel.
Yeah, you gotta.
Swindle.
I swindled a
Swindle evil person.
I don't know if that apology is enough.
You're gonna have to reach out to him.
Well, I haven't seen him since I was 9 years old, so
You're gonna have to right the wrong. You're gonna have to send him a copy of Link's Awakening DX to make up for this.
I can't even remember what this guy looked like.
You gotta go find him on LinkedIn.
Oh, Dan is here, and he accepts my apology. And Dan, you're good at swimming, right? So you're the closest to this guy I know.
You're good at swimming. What a line!
Seeking a Daniel that's good at swimming to make up for a childhood swindling.
Swimming, swindling.
The sleuthy swimming swindler. Swiped.
Like a Pokemon anime villain.
It was a big swandle. Look, I basically pulled off the perfect heist.
I like this room.
Anyone else printed off a game FAQ?
From start to and then followed it to the T. I think there were some errors that I found out. It might have been part of the inspiration for Zelda Dungeon.
The ones I would print off would be like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, how to unlock every character, or like Smash Brothers or something.
Yeah.
Was Final Fantasy 9. I know it's not a Zelda game, but I had to print off a lot of stuff from that because it was like this online experiment that they were doing, which really
Final
didn't work.
Fantasy.
It was awful.
Final Fantasy 9 is Final
terrible.
Fantasy Online, right?
Yeah, they got a new one coming out.
Was 9 the one that was just literally called Final Fantasy Online? Or it was online only?
No.
They did
I
have a
don't think so.
guide, but all the special secrets and the things, the juicy bits that you written, you had to print off online, which was an absolute nightmare. It's a pain.
I think isn't 12 the online one?
Oh.
Yeah, 9's like a full-blown story game.
Never played it.
Oh, what? You're missing out.
I'm in the middle of a playthrough of it actually.
Oh, Final Fantasy IX?
Yes.
That seems random.
Well, that's one of the more
Re-released
Yeah, it was re-released for the Switch, and I think it's remastered actually.
Yeah, sweet. Looks good.
And I had never played any Final Fantasy games, and that was the one that my buddy recommended. And it's one of the more popular ones, so.
Let's get Andy Spiteri in here for commentary on this boss.
Head Thwomp? You know, I don't think Head Thwomp is that bad. I think he's fun.
I'm not a fan.
Bombs. Oh, no.
It's like basketball. This is the basketball boss.
It's an ambitious boss. I'll give it that.
I would say its uniqueness makes it not worthy of being on any sort of worst Zelda list.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's frustrating for sure, but...
You know what one of my biggest issues with this boss is you run out of bombs. And then you have to wait for him to smash the ground and get bombs. That was not a mechanic. There's like bomb flowers like sitting right here at the top of this
I think they want you to be riding these.
Oh no, I missed that.
It's a small mercy that they do give you extra bombs. Imagine if you only had 10 and that was it.
Yeah, that would be awful.
It'd be a real Dodongo situation.
Yeah.
Awful.
That'd be a real Tridongo.
Yeah, Tridongo, so...
A real Dodongo situation?
Yeah.
Is that part of the discussion from earlier?
Yeah, you could run out of bombs in Dodongo. Is Head Thwomp worse than Tridongo 2?
Wow.
I don't think so.
I think Pumpkinhead was better.
I love that on our list we had Dodongo, Triple Dodongo, and Tridongo as 3 separate entries.
Well, that's because there were 3 Triple Dodongos.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I think Legend of Zelda needed? A room with a Dodongo and a Manhandla.
That would have been nuts.
Dong Handla.
Dong Handla.
Dong Handla.
That's just...
The Dong
That
Handla?
doesn't sound right.
One word?
Yeah.
The Dong Handler?
Dong Handler.
Oh, there's an R at the end? The Handler?
Now there is.
The Handler of Dongs?
Yep. It's perfect.
Dong Handler.
Looks like the Dong Handler has been
This
Dong
would never be
Handler.
in a Nintendo game.
The Dong Handler. Wow.
I want to do one of those for a walk, that's for sure.
If there was a boss in The Legend of Zelda called Dong Handla, that'd pretty easily go towards the top of our list.
And then there's a character. Dong Handler is the boss, but then there's a character named the Dong Handler.
He'd be kind of like a reoccurring character, kind of like he has his own shop that you go back to throughout the game to get all your dongs handled.
The Dong Shop?
The Dong Shop. Wow, this is good.
What are you buying?
Stranger.
Got some new things for you. Oh boy.
This is Power Hour.
Oh, Filthy Paul, how are
7:49.
you?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Filthy Paul. This is a clean stream, so
Filthy Paul. We started talking about dong
sign up
handling
for
and
this.
Filthy Paul shows up.
Filthy Paul's like, alright,
We summoned him.
maybe he works in sanitation or something.
he's filthy.
He could just be the front man of a punk rock band.
Yeah, there you go.
It's true.
Filthy Paul, can we get the origins of your name? Sorry if we're offending you.
Look, now it's wholesome. You're writing moosh.
Filthy Moosh?
We got filthy moosh.
You filthy animal. You filthy animal.
Is that Home Alone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Filthy Frank, the pink guy. Flying over my head.
Allison, what time is it for you right now?
It is about 10 to 2 in the afternoon.
Right on.
What month?
Nice.
What month? It's February, sweetie. You feeling okay?
Wait, it's February 21st.
Yep,
Hey, it's February 21.
that's the
2/21/21
one.
or 21
Wait,
2/21
is this a
in the
palindrome?
UK.
It's a palindrome, isn't it?
Not in the US.
212.
Why?
UK.
21221.
No, actually,
no, never mind.
Not even in the UK.
Wait, no, it's. I would be able to think about this if this was 8 hours ago.
Is Glutko better than any of the Zelda 1 bosses?
Ganon?
Probably, yeah.
Ganon. Yeah.
Ooh, here's a good one. What's a better boss? Only Gooey probably can answer this one. Better boss, Ganon from The Legend of Zelda, or Ganon from Zelda's Adventure?
Oh, from Zelda's Adventure? If the game played better, Zelda's Adventure is definitely better. But watching you do it it's pretty embarrassing.
Ganon.
With just the controls.
Ganon from Zelda's Adventure isn't actually hard, is it?
It's a pattern. Yeah, pretty hard
Yeah.
actually, I would say. If you don't have full hearts, your sword is not, or your wand, or your staff, or rod. What is it? Is not as strong.
Oh, goo, we should have ranked all the rods in The Legend of Zelda.
We don't have time.
Yeah,
That'd take like 3 hours.
that's true. There's a lot of rods. A lot of rods, wands, staffs.
40th anniversary.
6.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a long-term project that I'll do Gooey's rod dive.
Gooey's rods next to a filthy.
We're gonna handle all of those.
Rod handler.
Next to the dongle. What was it?
Dog handler.
Don handler. The best rod is dog handler.
Gooey's rod roundabout.
I like it. I love that guy is just standing there when you show up.
Where'd this guy come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from?
Wow. It is real early hours right now.
Cotton Eye Joe. You know, if
At
it had not been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago.
Kind of ruined my life.
You're showing your age now.
Wait, Allison, are you, this is American ignorance, but are you familiar with Cotton Eye Joe?
I am, yeah. Came out
Okay.
in the UK, but as I said, it was a while ago.
I feel like that's like an American thing. I don't know.
It was no tub thumping, but
it was at #1 in the charts for a number of weeks, and I think it just really banging tune.
What year? Like, was that a thing? Like, when was that a new song?
Cotton Eye Joe.
the The 90s?
The 90s, I like it.
It was a 90s?
Yeah, that was the era where it was just like, let's take any song and add like a dance beat to it.
Cotton Eye Joe released in 1995.
Hey!
I am as old as Cotton Eye Joe.
You know the lyrics to Cotton Eye Joe?
Do I know the lyrics?
We ain't forgotten, I Joe. I've been married a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Where'd you come from?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
If it had
That goes.
Yeah, and then hey.
I think it's if it had not been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? That's all I know.
I'm more familiar with the dance than the lyrics.
There's a dance? I just imagine people like
there's a
stomping on
dance.
one foot and clapping.
Yeah, pretty much. That's it's basically the dance. There's a spin in there somewhere.
Is it more intense than the Mario?
A little bit.
It's a little bit more involved.
Cotton Eye Joe is a tragedy, really?
Yeah.
Shakespearean?
The tragic comedy of Cotton Eye Joe.
If it had not been for him.
The life and death of Cotton Eye Joe. Where's
Bring
the
out-
VH1 behind the music? The life
When,
and death of the rise and fall of Cotton Eye Joe.
This year when they brought out the Tetris as a tune as well, and the Super Mario theme tune. And the Macarena, that's right, yeah.
I'm with the home, the hail Macarena. I'm with the home, the hail Macarena.
Apparently, Cotton Eye Joe was remixed into a dance version in 2002. So I'm actually not sure which one I'm familiar with.
It was already a dance version.
I know.
How about the Kanye West version?
Ugh.
Cotton Eye Joe?
I made that up.
That would be sick.
It sounds
Cotton Eye Joe featuring Kanye West.
When
God.
Billie Eilish.
Moss just naming people he knows. When I worked at Boiler Room, there was like a set of clientele who would come in who were like the punk crowd, and they would have a DJ night where this punk dude would come in and basically play music that was already being played there, but he had a DJ thing, and he was just playing like a lot of like classic punk songs. But me and my coworker one night kept going to him and saying like, "Play Cotton Eye Joe." Please play Cotton Eye Joe. And he did it once. And it was kind of off the hook, but no one appreciated it. We also got him to play the Mortal Kombat theme song.
Nice.
Like, look, if you're a DJ, you have to get requested to play Cotton Eye Joe once in your life.
I feel like it's like a song that always gets played at parties or weddings.
Yeah, that was middle school dance. It was just every single one.
Every single dance for me.
A lot of the 90s were music producers like going to another country and hearing a song from there and being like, we should put a dance beat on this, and Americans will go nuts. It was like someone heard Who Let the Dogs Out and we're like, all right, well, this is going to be a dance song.
Isn't this like the 2000s as well?
Yeah.
And the 2010s? Gangnam Style?
Well, that was a guy just made that song.
That's its own thing.
It wasn't made by probably two British dudes.
Are you trying to tell me that the lyrical masterpiece that is Who Let the Dogs Out is stolen?
It was stolen, like, no one even knows, like, the real origins of it, I don't think, because it's been passed around so much.
Who really let the dogs out? Join us for this
The
8-part miniseries.
No one knows. The mystery lives on. What's the take on this section of the game where you lose all your items and you gotta get them back?
This rocks.
I loved this as a kid.
Yeah, I actually really like this.
I have since gotten a little annoyed with it, but now I am so proficient with it. So it went from annoying. It went from this is cool, like, because it makes you use some of the items you got in ways it would probably be better a little bit later in the game, actually, but you surprisingly have quite a few items at this point, but
this is like the most complex trading quest in the series.
it'd be nice if there's a little bit more alternative routing.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That's true. I really like this part.
Actually, this is not even the most complex trading part. I would say the rolling ridge. That's what half this piece of paper is. The trading sequence.
Oh yeah.
To get the 2 mermaid keys.
Wow.
I love how you just throw food.
Man, the Tokay need to come back.
Yeah,
They're
that'd
cool.
be sick.
These guys are cool.
Magic massage. Yes, we are. We're coming up on 24 hours live. Now, it's not exactly 24 hours of gameplay, but we have beaten Legend of Zelda: Adventure of Link, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. Or I have, I should say.
That'd be a good compendium video. Is like what races need to come back.
Oh yeah.
Top 5 races that
There's quite a few. Quite a few one-timers.
There's some 2-timers even that should come back.
Yeah. Like
See
the
those?
Anuki.
Yeah, the Anuki
Those guys.
It's a
That's
shame.
top of the list. I love those guys.
It's really a shame that they were not like they were a perfect race for those like gigantic empty regions of Breath of the Wild.
Oh yeah, that would have been awesome. The Anuki Village or Anuki City theme is fantastic too.
I don't remember that. I'm about to get there though, so.
It's got like little twinkly bells. It feels like a song to listen to on a snowy day.
Mm-hmm. Like a good Christmas Nintendo tune
Yeah.
that you can throw on a YouTube playlist.
Oh yeah.
Into some facts about The Legend of Zelda. I found ones that people haven't heard before. And I came across, according to the Hyrule Historia, that there was originally supposed to be an item called the Magic Paintbrush in Oracle of Ages.
What did it do?
It said there was
cool.
concept art for Naru holding it, and it was supposed to make use of the Game Boy Color, but it didn't really give any more info about it.
Does this go along with the Game Boy printer?
Oh gosh, that's going back.
That would have been cool.
Fully functional with the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, or Game Boy with Link's Awakening DX, or just Link's Awakening? No, it was only Link's Awakening DX, because that was the photograph edition, right?
Yeah,
But quite cool.
that is cool.
Oh, someone said the paintbrush is probably related to the third Oracle. Ah, okay, thanks for that.
The Oracle of Paint?
The Oracle of Art.
I like what Andy's getting at.
Andy!
Yeah.
Don't worry, bud.
Just a big ass.
Andy.
Big ass train.
The Legend of Zelda and the big ass train.
Is this like Clifford?
Big red dog in the big ass train.
What if it was like it's just like Breath of the Wild and they're like you look off at the castle and there's just a big red dog. Calamity Clifford.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Calamity.
Now it's time to tell you the story of Calamity Clifford.
You are now ready to hear what happened.
What is happening?
It was probably quite a calamity with Clifford. I mean,
Yeah.
I love I love that video. You need more of a story with Clifford. How about he like accidentally steps on somebody and kills them? And then there's there's a book where Clifford goes to trial.
Yeah, he gets sued.
Clifford and the appeal process.
Manslaughter.
I'd love to see a TV mini-series that's full of Clifford the Big Red Dog.
The dramatization of the story of Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I think, was it one of them was Clifford and the Great Appeal or something? Like the appeal process?
Clifford, made in America.
That's awesome.
Clifford faces the prosecution.
Clifford on death row.
Oh man.
Bit dark now, guys.
With that, the Big Red Mile.
Oh,
Oh my god! Clifford Fish Phoenix.
I could totally see that. I think that would be a really good court case.
We need a Layton game as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Professor Layton and the Mystery of the Big Ass Red Dog.
Wow.
Who's Harvey Birdman? Should I know who that is?
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Yeah, it's a cartoon.
That show rock. They should make a Zelda game that takes place entirely on a train.
Wow. Like
I know,
Resident Evil 0?
Yeah,
I actually
exactly
love that.
like that.
That's like such a good segment.
It's a good
of
like
the game.
intro segment, yeah. But instead of like leaving the train and going to the mansion or whatever, you get on another train.
You're a little restricted in terms of the size, but you can do stuff with that. I think that's a good Professor Layton game.
Yeah. Train's a good setting.
Train's a good setting for a mystery.
What's the worst vehicle for a mystery?
just a car or like a bike.
A car.
A motorbike, yeah.
A snowmobile.
4 people in a car.
Yeah, a sedan.
I feel like that's like
can
the
see something
challenge
cool.
now. I would love to see someone try to make a movie that only takes place in a car.
They made a movie about that only takes place in a coffin.
Yeah.
Starring
think,
Ryan Reynolds.
Telephone booth as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Actually,
That's
now that I
actually
think about
quite
it,
good. Wow.
car would be a lot easier than a telephone booth to make a movie out of.
Wait, didn't they make one in a telephone booth?
Road trip movie.
Wait, wasn't it called Telephone Booth?
Yeah.
With Colin Farrell
Yeah,
and
it was.
Al Pacino?
Yeah.
Was Al Pacino in that? Am I thinking of the right movie?
I don't know. Is it a long while ago?
I guess the movie Speed exists too.
Under Siege? Take place in a
That's true.
with our boy Eric Bogosian.
Under Siege is dope.
I feel like I really want to rewatch that movie.
Would you mind a proper CVIS game?
Wait, what?
I don't know.
What does that look like?
Let's interpret it as such.
I don't think of it as just traveling to different countries.
This is a stereotypical Oracle of Ages room. There's like 3 puzzles in one kind of thing. Yeah, throw the bombs to break the blocks, so you can push the other blocks to get to the crystal, but that also opens up the blocks where you can reach the statues, and you gotta arrange the statues in a proper order to get a treasure chest with the key.
So puzzle based.
Yeah.
That is like a defining room of what Oracle of Ages is all about.
It's very, very puzzle dense.
Even this, like, you know, there's this wheel in the middle, and then there's the 4 crystals you gotta break.
Yeah, the puzzle per capita ratio is very high in this game.
Per capita.
PPM.
Yeah.
What it's well known for is the more puzzle-based and seasons being more action-based, with more enemies to kill.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like both, thank you. I'd like more enemies and puzzles. Why couldn't they do that?
It's not like they didn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I feel like this game's got the best of both worlds.
What if there were no enemies in this game?
That'd be interesting.
That would be
here's another
interesting.
one. Like, gotta throw the bomb, hit that switch. That's not really that big of a one.
I guess if there are no enemies, it would just be like an adventure game.
Yeah, it's an adventure puzzle game.
It'd be a LucasArts game.
This is a good dungeon.
I'm very much in need of a replay of this game.
I feel like these dungeons are like... This dungeon... Well, not so much this dungeon onward, I shouldn't say that. This dungeon is a little, like... It's like an introduction to complexity.
So, like, have you heard of complexity?
It's not like crazy. Nobody's like, you know... Was this the Armos room? Oh, I hate this room. This room is difficult. I used to have a lot of trouble with it. Oh, jeez. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, good. You only have 10 bombs, and you have to kill the 4 Armos with 10 bombs. If you don't, you gotta leave the room, and then all of them will respawn. This is an odd room for an Oracle of Ages room.
Yeah, what's all this combat doing here? Fighting these flying tiles.
It's just a useless room. This room should have been left on the cutting floor. If there's something else going on at the same time...
Throw in Oracle of Seasons.
This room should just be a void. You walk to the next room.
Yeah.
Or
It's an old man hid room where he says, go to the next room.
And there's not even a locked door or a bomb wall. Just...
No.
Suppose they're trying to whittle down your health a little bit to make it just a little bit harder.
Like, this is one of these rooms. This is alright. Like, how do I do this? And then you go to the next room.
Should have been rupees or your life.
You should go into a cave, and that should be like your second, like the second room you go into. And like nobody has the rupees, so then you immediately drop down the 2 heart containers.
Hope you've collected rupees so far.
Nice, it taught you how to light that torch.
I was not supposed to go here. No, that's a good like intro like to the weapon. I like that they show you the unreachable torch before you get the item. As opposed to like, you know, future Zelda games would be like, you get the item and then immediately in the next room it'll just, not that these are necessarily bad things, but...
I think Link's Awakening is a masterclass in teasing like that. A lot of dungeons have teases for, like, where you can't do something.
You know, and I think of like in Twilight Princess, they actually do that, but it's like the stuff you see, you don't really... Like, when you get the item, you're not immediately like, oh, now I can use that there.
Yeah.
So they have to, like, include a thing to show you what it does, and then you're like, oh, I can use that there. Whereas this, maybe it's just more simple, because it's like, oh, the torch. Of course, this can light a torch.
Ah, of course.
Oh, I can jump over a hole.
Ah, of course. Could you imagine if they included a tutorial being like, now you can jump over this hole?
They totally would in a... Well, not anymore, but...
What's this guy's name?
Dogger Dig?
Dig Driller.
I like him, he's a cutie.
Subterror.
Oh, that's his name?
Subterror. Yeah, that does sound way more threatening than he actually is.
How far along are we in dungeon diving?
We're about to finish Link's Awakening.
Okay.
Next one to come out is Eagle's Tower, right?
Did you do Color Dungeon?
Yeah.
Where did you, when did you do Color Dungeon? I'm not even concerned about what you ranked it, but I just want to know when you included it.
After level 3.
Okay, so that's when you think is the intended...
Well, if you've gone into the library and you get the boots, then you go, aha! Of course. You go back to the library.
Well, I mean, you could do it after level 2, can't you?
You could, but if you're playing for the first time, you would have no idea how to do it. You wouldn't even know you could do it. But the real hint is knocking the book off the bookshelf.
I see. Okay. Yeah. I smell what you're stepping in.
Yeah.
I'm drinking what... Oh, wait, we don't use that one anymore.
It got ranked low.
Really? Oh, I like the Color Dungeon. Big fan.
It's really basic. There's nothing to it.
It was floating among the Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 dungeons.
It's got 3 different bosses.
Yeah, I guess. That's kind of cool.
3 new enemies? Variants?
I mean, I ranked a couple dungeons below it, or a handful, but nothing from Link's Awakening.
Oh, you think it's the weakest of the Link's Awakening dungeons?
Yeah, the other ones have like interesting puzzles and navigation, and this one's more like a Zelda 1 dungeon where it's just kind of
you
just go to the next room.
It definitely has a Zelda, Legend of Zelda vibes.
It's intentional for sure.
It's got the same music too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not against it. It's good for what it is. It's a good bonus, dungeon.
Juice is so versatile in this game, it's great.
What's your favorite seed?
Chucky?
Chucky or his seed?
Wonderful.
Seed of Chucky? Talking to Vic, and he's like...
That's kind of a son.
Him and his partner, they watched, for Valentine's Day, they watched The Bride of Chucky. thought that was
It's romantic.
Yeah, I know.
They get it on in that movie.
Yeah, and Tiffany's like, Chucky, do you have a rubber? Tiff, I'm all rubber. What a joke. What a joke. Alright. We've been streaming for 24 hours, 1 minute, and 35 seconds.
Woohoo!
There's more than 11 hours valid on them. And that's not even counting the bonus stream that I haven't mentioned.
$35 more hours.
I've probably streamed about 21 hours of gameplay at this point, I would say. Actually, we probably can easily add this up. I think you don't have any ember seeds here.
Then they eat him.
I love how, like, you're on this deserted island. And you go up. And left. And, oh, look.
Ah, civilization.
Can you not see? Like, where are we on this island? Like, you know. What is Breath of the Wild rated in terms of hours for 100%? I think, like, 2 weeks after the game came out, somebody was speedrunning the game at 50 hours, I think, was the initial run-through. I would say it's about 125 hours. 100%. Would you say that's kind of appropriate? I think we have consensus, 125 hours?
No idea.
Yeah, I have no.
Yeah, totally.
Josh agrees.
He
Okay.
knows.
Based on my, playthrough, like, 3 years ago.
Josh, have you played Breath of the Wild since 2017?
If marathons did not exist, I could not say yes.
When you played at the marathon, is it just like you mean in preparation for it, or just like you were on a team, so you played it for an hour or something?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever play it at home since 2017?
No.
Okay.
Well, you can play it anywhere. It's a handheld game.
It's true.
I love answering. I love answering it like as a snide, smart. You know, what's your favorite handheld Zelda game? Breath of the Wild. Oh god, it's kind of funny.
Well, I mean,
Any of you guys
my favorite
overdosed
handheld
on
Zelda
playing Breath of the
is
Wild?
A Link to the Past, so.
Well, what was that, Elson?
Do you think you can overdose on playing Breath of the Wild? I've known people that have wanted to get through the whole game as quickly as possible, and then not wanted to come back to it because it was too much.
Oh. Yeah, it's like too big of a game kind of thing?
Yeah,
It's not a
it's
game
sacred
that's meant
like a
to be
fine
playing.
wine.
Yeah, I agree.
It's definitely not a game meant to be completed. Like it's not like, you know, they want you to get all 100 or 900 Korok,
Correct.
or I guess getting all the shrines is probably part of the main game. Like,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of that is really like getting the seeds is. I've explored a lot of the map in my current playthrough, and I've probably found like 12 Korok seeds. Because I'm not really looking for them.
On your first playthrough, do you know how many of them you found? Roughly? Could you even...
Yeah, not many. Not many.
You think you got 50 of them?
Yeah, I could see that.
I found a lot. I actually went hunting for them. I always thought that was pretty fun.
I was like just
But till I found out it was 900 of them.
Yeah.
Then it was like, oh my god.
I remember the piggyback strategy guide. We made an article where there was like a listing on was it PlayAsia or something? And then it was like we like made a Zelda London article, I think it was. It was like because it leaked like 3 weeks before. There was like a description, and it was like find all 900 seeds or something. It was like in Japanese translated. And we're like, yeah, that's a got to be some sort of translation error. And they pulled the listing, and then lo and behold, because at that point of the game, like we had no idea what kind of game it was. I still thought it was like a traditional-ish Zelda game to an extent. Like I thought there was going to be heart containers and, you know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't think all of that was clear.
Love how angry this guy looks.
Angry or sad?
These guys look sad.
No, the boss looks angry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm angry. Bow, bow, bow.
You got the Gale Seeds.
Gale Seeds are good. You missed this game so much. OMFG. Is that a little bit of a strong reaction? But hi, Splash Boy.
Who are we to say?
Miss it so much.
You should play it.
Damon, how are ya?
Morning, Damon.
Good morning.
Oracles were my first Zelda games.
Nice. Big excite. I read that in Bo Rat voice.
Big excite.
Do you guys have a favorite collectible in the series?
My mice.
Yeah, my mice.
Yeah, that's mine.
They're great.
Heart pieces are solid in general.
That's pretty iconic, yeah.
The most iconic,
What are some of the lesser appreciated collectibles in the series?
Link dolls.
The gem...
Do those count?
The gems in Phantom Hourglass.
Everything in Phantom Hourglass ship parts.
I don't know about the ship parts. I'm not gonna...
Well, the way
to quote Taylor Wells, I'm not dying on that hill.
That's the gems. Is that like the gem of power, gem of wisdom?
Yeah.
Get them. Okay. I remember I got some of those, but I never got all of them.
The treasure
See
maps
what they do.
and Sunken Treasure as well are fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like those in Wind Waker too, the treasure maps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like the golden bugs. I'm actually a big fan of getting the golden bugs.
I've got a number of problems with those. I hate trading them in. Takes forever.
It's kind of a pain, yeah.
Stuff like the boat parts and the rings, like, I don't have a problem with. I don't care about RNG things. Or, like, 100%ing. So, like, for me, it actually makes my playthroughs feel more unique, I guess.
I think the rings are pretty awful, actually.
I wish for the rings, the ones where you can transform into like an Octorok or a Moblin, I wish you could still use your items, because I would just play the whole game like that.
It would really be a game changer. Like, it would make it a lot... Like, if you can wear the first-gen ring, where you can play as Link from The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would have been great.
I like to collect boat parts in Phantom Hour. Okay. I wish there was, like, a little bit more of an advancement of that gameplay. I think that's what I was missing.
That's kind of similar to the rings, where it's like, you kind of want it to do a little bit more. Like, yeah.
It's almost like
well, they change, like, the stats of your boat, don't they?
No, just the health.
No.
Oh.
If you get 2 of a matching set, it increases it by 1. If you get 4 of a matching set, it increases it by 2. But you can have, like, 2 of the steel ship and then 2 of the demon ship, and that'll collectively increase it by 1 or by 2. So, like, you need to mix and match the puzzle pieces. The more puzzle pieces you have of the same set.
It'd be cool if some it's like they just did different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kinstones in Minish Cap were something different.
Oh, yeah.
And the,
I don't know.
And the goddess cubes in Skyward.
I don't know how I didn't mention.
Wacky play with...
Yeah.
I like the
Kinstones,
cubes.
definitely. I love Kinstones.
I don't like the randomness of it. I like the... Like,
I'm not big on Kinstones.
I like the set locations, like, person A gives you a kinstone, and maybe it doesn't have to associate with, like, location A, but, I wish, like, you can fuse kinstones with one person 30 times in that game.
30 times?
Yep.
Wow.
Because all the green, not all, but the overwhelming majority of the green kinstone fusions are random kinstone fusions.
Yeah, it's just like a pool of NPCs that
Yes.
can randomly have a fusion, right?
Yeah, and it's random at different times, and I think there's a random number generator that indicates whether you can fuse with a particular person at any given time. And of the 100 kinstones, I think 60 of them are green ones or something. And of those 60, I think like 50 of them are random.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been nice, I think. There would have been like tweaks I would have preferred, but I like that they gave you, decent rewards. A lot of them gave you seashells, but then there were some hard pieces involved.
Yeah, I like that a lot of times you'll just fuse a kinstone and then you see something happening off in the world and you're like, oh, that's interesting, and then you stumble upon it later.
Yeah.
Like, naturally.
One of the biggest, I think, downfalls, and I think this could be addressed in a game like Breath of the Wild, is that sometimes, like, the lack of rewards really hurts collectibles. And oftentimes it's just because of the style of game. But a game like Breath of the Wild, like, I'll give you my example of a world I'd like to live in terms of Breath of the Wild. So, like, imagine, I don't really think this, but imagine I felt that, alright, Breath of the Wild, it's the year 2026, and, like, we're 10 years away, and, like, alright, Nintendo really needs to fix Breath of the Wild and re-release it and fix all of its flaws. Like, imagine we're in this world. One of the things I would think is, like, okay, this entire bow and arrow system and shield system is stupid. I think that's just dumb. Like, why are the bow and arrow, like, did anybody like the bow and arrow mechanic in this game?
What do you mean by bow and arrow mechanic?
Yeah, I actually liked it. What didn't you like about it?
You had too many bows. Like they made the bows almost like they're like not quite, but almost equivalent as swords. And you always had like too many bows. You had like 8 royal bows, but then you got another royal, and it was like, wait, do I want this one?
I felt that with the items too.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a general kind of the weapons system management.
So
I like the idea though. I would have just tweaked it.
So I like the idea with the swords, to a lesser extent with the shields, but with the bows, what I would do is there are only 10 bows in the entire game. Whatever. And let's say early on the greatest plateau you get the wooden bow, and it's really weak, and it's doesn't have good, by every measure it's a weak bow. Like it's like all the attributes you can probably have, how straight it shoots, how many arrows it shoots at a time, its actual like shooting power, it's
Quickly it breaks.
it's if it can zoom, if it can, all these things. And give it like pure like RPG elements. Like it has a base power of 1 because it's the piece of garbage, and it has an accuracy of 1, and it's got it maybe has some. Anyway, make it a pure RPG. And then do I need this? No, I do not need that. And then throughout the course of the world, then you can get the traveler's bow, and it's like a more powerful bow. And then there's the knight's bow, and like all the different bows, and each bow has its own attributes, and they're a little bit more powerful. But then in the whole world, then there's like 300 items that you can find that are all just upgrades for the individual bows, and they're assigned. There's no choices really. You found a wooden bow orb or something, and then that immediately just increases the power or the accuracy of your bow to whatever specific criteria it's for. Does that make sense? Like,
that makes sense, but why would you do that with just the bow?
I suggest it with the bow because then it would feel like you can do that with other things too. Actually, you can just actually do that with your own character's power. Actually,
yeah.
But like that kind of like progression of character, like that, like those RPG elements, I feel would be a lot better than say something like the Kinstone or like the Korok seeds. Like imagine every Korok you find had a specific upgrade in mind.
Yeah, that's not how I would have addressed the weapon system, but it's interesting.
I can see that working.
Job.
But yeah.
I
can see that working, but at that point it's a totally different looking game.
Yeah. My thought of it would be that there's just like there's too many of the powerful weapons, and they break too easily still. I would have instead with any bows or the swords and stuff, had been like in the beginning and stuff, there's a lot more of just like the wooden ones, clubs and sticks, and it makes sense that they just are really breakable, stuff like that. You even could find wooden swords, and then I'd have even less of the higher level stuff, but have them have maybe more durability and have it be a bit more like realistic, where they don't like break, but maybe they wear down and you can repair them, but maybe some aren't worth it. But then like stuff like the Royal Claymore, there's like one,
Yeah.
And so
yeah, I think that'd be cooler. I
actually like that idea too, but
and I think that would work exactly the same with the bow, is where you get one that's got like the close-up shot and one that shoots like 3, but they're just rare. And so when you find them, it because I don't know how many times I open a chest and it's like, oh, and a 5th Royal Claymore, and I just throw it away,
Yeah. You sometimes you don't even know what's good. Sometimes you're like looking at you're like comparing what bows you should keep or what shields you should keep, when in reality you're almost never going to be using what
any of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. By the end of my playthrough, I just had like a collection of a bunch of wicked powerful swords that I just wasn't touching.
It would be great to get one and be like, oh, this is one I want to like hold on to, you know?
Yeah, I think it would just a quick fix would just be like give you less and make them more durable. I think that would be the quickest band-aid, because then it's like you actually want to hold on to certain weapons, and when you use them, if you like them, you'll use them for a while until they break, and then you're like, oh, now I gotta go find another weapon that I like.
I like the durability aspect, and I think they can improve upon it with the weapons, with the melee weapons. I just feel I know I sound like a broken record, but I keep addressing the bows because like there doesn't need to be 75 different bows. It's not important enough of a gameplay aspect, and I think it doesn't really make sense that they wear down at the rate that they do. What kind of bow and arrow you get?
Either.
It makes a little bit more sense in reality. If I stab you through your chest, like, how many times can I stab somebody through a chest before you think that thing starts dulling out a little bit? But, like, a bow? Come on. What's the wear and tear on a bow? It's like, maybe I can shoot this thing...
The drawstring gets too much slack. It gets all loose.
I don't see... I feel like it applies there, too, but...
I think it does, but it's probably like, okay, after this bow has a duration of, 6,000 shots before it starts wearing down a little bit. Not 12.
It's a very different approach for the series to make the bow less of an item and more of just a standard weapon, but I kind of like that it's lumped in like that.
Yeah. I like that there's, like, they do different things, but because of how the way that game works, there's never a need to want to prioritize it. But I feel that way about like having a frost blade too. Like there's things that and the flame blade can do that are useful, like heat you up or whatever, but because of how it is and everything's still like not worthwhile, I don't really care to hold on to them. But if I felt like it was more rare and it wasn't going to explode, then I'd be like, I'll save this one,
Well, see, that was the thing that I ended up doing a lot of the time, is that, like, because those items had additional little secondary effects, pretty much what I would do is I would make sure I had, like, one of each in my inventory, and then I wouldn't really care about any other weapons. Because, like, even if you like it, it's like, who cares? The elemental ones are still wicked strong, and they have these little additional power-up things. Until I got, like, some of the, like, Savage Lionel weapons. I like those a lot.
I really think, too, though, nothing that's not, like, a stick should fully break. It should just become, like, almost worthless. Maybe as worthwhile as, like, a stick. And then you can,
yeah, that would be cool. Like, it doesn't break, but, like, the power goes down.
Or it's like you use it too much and it's become dull. Because that's...
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bit more realistic. And then if you become attached to an item, you would hold on to it and be like if it's a traveler sword, you'd be like, okay, whatever, and throw it away. But then maybe if it's like a really cool one that's like kind of rare, you would be like, oh, I'm gonna hold on to this and like collect the parts I need to fix it.
Well, they could have introduced a blacksmith or someone you could go to sharpen your sword up again.
You bring the guy in from Skyward Sword.
Or
well, they even have
his mask.
It's like they have people that do that. Like they have people that do that for the champions' weapons. Like there's a guy in Zora's Domain where like if you break the trident, like he'll go make you another one. Like they should have done that with everything.
It just shouldn't break either.
I love the idea of of the RPG elements of like a sword having 40 attack power, and then after you've used it 100 times, it suddenly only has 38 attack power. And then the more you use it, it just diminishes in quality.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome, actually. As opposed to breaking.
It kind of does. I love having to switch the items around and like adapt and stuff, but it just is like feels so lame to me to have a traveler sword and use it 15 times and then it explodes.
Yeah.
I liked this was something in like in Darksiders 2. This is more about gear than you know how like you had like there's like 6,000 types of gear and then you can feed gear to the other gear. You can do that in Hyrule Warriors too. Like maybe you could if you were able to do that in Breath of the Wild, or it would make it seem like, okay, what am I supposed to do with these 9 shields? Okay, let me feed them into one shield somehow.
You could even have it like a very simple. I feel like they could get away with like a simple crafting system. Like, if you combine some wood, with you can break the shield down and get some metal, and you can make a sword out of that. It wouldn't be as good as like some of the rare stuff you find, but.
Alright guys, I've been on for a while. I think I'm gonna head out.
Corey. Goodbye.
Bye, Corey.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys. See you later.
Goodbye, Corey. Hello, Rod. Hi, guys.
Rod!
Rod's here.
I'm here. Happy Zelda Day.
How long have you been waiting in this? Did you just jump in right now?
I jumped in just now before Corey left, and I was keeping quiet because you guys are having a good conversation.
Okay. What are your
What
thoughts?
did you think?
How do I sound? Is chat? Am I too loud?
Right.
I can turn myself down.
You're perfect.
All right. So happy Zelda Day. How are you guys doing?
Good.
100%.
You Monster, you holding yourself together?
I'm 100%.
All right.
Rod, do you like weapon durability?
So I was listening to what you guys had to say, and I thought, Goo, you had the best solution to it.
Thank you.
The one thing I would want is I want to, in the menu, be able to tell the game, I never want to pick up this type of sword again.
Ever.
Oh, okay.
Ever.
That's
like,
cool.
even if I'm standing next to it and press the A button, I want the game to remember, Rod does not want a traveler sword ever again.
That's great.
Ever. I love that feature.
You make that decision once and you can never change it.
The game does get a lot better to me, like on this playthrough I'm doing. It's a lot better when you decide, like, I don't want to pick this up, because you find yourself, like, goofing around in your inventory less. Like, even when you make that decision about stuff that's not just, like, a stick, you know?
Yeah.
Just, like, kind of set a limitation of, like, I'm not going to pick this up.
You know what the game needs? It needs like a Google algorithm where it learns based on your criteria of what you've used, and then it starts only showing you those ads. In this case, those weapons.
So you're saying we should bring Fi back and have her be like an AI that's like, Master, I have concluded that
you do not want traveler swords.
That would increase Fi's popularity so much.
Oh well, I can imagine the complaints. No, Fi, I don't want. Like, I do want. Like, just because I threw it away once, like, doesn't mean. That'd be kind of funny though. Fi's just an android. Oh. That's cool. I approve of this idea.
These are all great ideas. I definitely wouldn't want to get rid of. I like the management stuff, but it's not as good as it could be.
Goo, you had said like you had wished early in the game that or you wished you would see less of the legendary weapons throughout the game.
Yeah.
And that reminded me, the first time I found like one of those flame swords, like the big ones, I thought it was the coolest thing, right? I found it under a waterfall, and I felt like I found some unique magical weapon that there's only one in the game. And then by the time I found 5 of them, I said, well, it's not special anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
I like to keep one of the elemental swords in Link's house and just look at them.
I think we all done that, yeah.
Striking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good go-to. I like keeping the champions' weapons.
I like always having a flame and an ice weapon because of their effectiveness. Like, you can instant kill the fire enemies.
Yeah, I always just shoot them because I always have a buttload of fire arrows and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that works too.
So if they made those arrows less frequent.
I'm less offended about the arrow types because that's a player's choice. Like, you can choose to just use, like, avoid combat and use electric arrows against everything. And that's like a legit way to play the game.
That's kind of what I do a lot.
But, like, having 6 different types of bows, like, there's no, like, new play style. Like, oh, I'm gonna play this game, I'm gonna play Breath of the Wild this time as an archer and make that my primary form of attack. That's not, like, really a legitimate style of play.
I'm never short on arrows.
Really?
I just buy them at every shop. Every time I go to a town. And every time I see Beetle. And I always have a ton of arrows.
I do that because the first time I played, I was always short on arrows.
Yeah, yeah. There's no like natural way to have just like a decent amount of arrows.
We're making pretty good time here.
You're doing well.
You beasted that boss better than I could ever do.
Rod, what is your experience with Oracle of Ages?
So, well, funny you asked that. I actually have an announcement to make. So, congratulations, Twitch stream. You're the first to know. But at the website, zeldadungeon.net, all of next week, we're going to be holding Oracle Week in honor of the 20th anniversary of these games, starting tomorrow. But, so I got into Zelda in 2001 when these games came out. I played Majora's Mask first, and then I was introduced to these games with the Choose Your Own Adventure books that Scholastic put out.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I learned, I had known the goddesses Nehru and Din, but once those books came out and I started reading about them, I was like, oh, I guess they're oracles too. And I didn't have the games for the Game Boy quite yet, so it was like I had three different Zelda experiences, and 2 of them were books.
I love this story.
I would love to see a Let's Play of those.
I've enjoyed the series. There's been an ongoing series at the website. With a beginner,
a newcomer, a veteran, and a lapsed player play through Oracle of Ages.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really good. We're gonna conclude that this week for the themed week.
There's 4 parts, I assume, then?
Yep. So the last part goes out Thursday, and if you're on the site on Wednesday, you might just see some nice content related to that Choose Your Own Adventure book.
Is it going to be authored by Rod Lloyd?
It might be.
That might, okay.
Yeah, wow. and Allison, I believe she has an article going out this week as well.
I do. It's linked to the Meiku trees.
Oh.
In the seasons. In fact, all of the trees in the whole Zelda series, and there was a lot more material than I expected when I first started researching into it. So yeah, it was an interesting article in the end.
It was really good. Yeah. There's a lot to look forward to this week.
This is exciting. I'd love to see a YouTube video that's like, hey, this is a Let's Play of the Legend of Zelda adventure books.
You guys could do it.
Let's read. Goo, you want me to read it to you and you pick what you want to do?
Yeah.
Well, if you do it that way, you'll be quite disappointed, unfortunately.
Wait, why?
The choices in that book aren't really all that impactful. You know, there's about 4 to 5 different places where it's a clear-cut choice. Do you want Link to proceed through the story or die?
And then you choose the death, read it, and then go back.
Yeah, exactly. So you can have some fun with it that way. It's not any more, you know, non-linear than playing through it as a normal choose your own adventure book, but
it would be great if it was like, okay, I want to push the ice block up. Okay, I want to push the other ice block into that one. It's like a 4,000 page book.
It's like the size of a history book.
You know, they just released a new arcade game. This is totally unrelated, but a classic arcade game from the 80s that it's a horror game that they filled with like actual footage, like hired actors, and it's a choose your own adventure horror story.
It's like an FMV type thing.
And it was recorded and developed in like 1980 something or something.
Oh, I've heard about this.
The same guy who made the game Rampage and a few other prominent games. Anyway, they just resurfaced it. They found it, and then they've recently spent the time and polished it up. It just came out on Steam like 2 months ago. It's called Spectre Files: Deathstalker.
Huh.
And it's like a cheesy 80s horror movie kind of thing.
That's great. That's a great concept.
This is such a weird boss battle.
I had said that the adventure book should have had a boss, should have featured this boss, and one of the endings should have been Link blowing himself up.
Do you hold the bomb or throw it?
Right? that's literally how the choices work. Something that obvious.
Well, it's not that. The timing is important, you know.
True.
Do you hold the bomb? Do you throw it? Do you wait 1 second and then throw it?
It's
you
like
die
10
in
choices.
You die in 2 of the 3 methods. Wait 1 second and throw it is the only acceptable answer.
It's like, aren't we all playing an adventure book when we play a video game?
Oh, I thought you were saying in life.
In life as well, you know?
You cheat though and go back if you get. So that's no. You held the bomb and you went to the page and it said, "Oh no, Link died." Would you cheat and go back and go, "I'm
course you
gonna
can.
choose a different page"?
I would love to do that in life. To have
In
a
life,
save
yeah, that'd be
state.
great.
Save states in life.
I would optimize every day.
Hindsight is a.
It's just Groundhog's Day at that point.
Yeah, I would just do the one day and get really good at
Just get
piano or whatever.
Just have the best day and live it over and over again.
Yeah, until I get to the next one and then optimize that day.
Bill Murray has great Groundhog Day strats.
Have you ever watched that TV show on Netflix called Russian Doll?
Mm-mm.
Okay. It's basically Groundhog Day, but...
Did you see that Tom Cruise movie?
Did I repeat?
Yeah. That was that. Get a lot of mileage out of Groundhog Day, but something else.
Palm Springs came out last year. That was like Groundhog's Day, wasn't it?
Yep, yeah. That's like maybe the second most recreated plot device, I guess.
Second most?
I'm thinking of like Die Hard.
Die Hard on a boat.
Yeah, Under Siege.
On a boat.
It's just like Die Hard at a different place.
It's like one of the best TV tropes pages. Die Hard on a blank.
It's a very easy way to describe something to somebody.
What if there was a Die Hard, but it was also a Groundhog Day?
Oh man. Gooey, get writing on that right away. We could sell it for millions.
Be kind of cool. It's like you get farther and farther up the tower every time to get to the party.
The goal is to get to the top of
Nagatomi Plaza.
Yeah. You know, my favorite thing about Die Hard is every year on Christmas on like Facebook somebody posted like, on this day in history terrorist attack 28 years ago today. You know, when people like make it like it's a real anniversary. It's like, I love those things. One of my favorite things about Die Hard. Right, this is a really bad split. What happened here? Oh god, this is the worst theme in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wrote an article years ago. Worst like songs in Zelda. This was among them.
Oh really? What else is on there?
There were actually the number one was an Oracle of Ages theme. It was the forest theme, fairy forest.
Oh, they talked about that on the podcast this week too.
Yeah, that song is just dreadful.
I'm not gonna disagree with that one.
And it's
I got the list.
I had a think tank, you know, like I was like, all right, we need to like, you know, this can't just be my opinion. We need many different opinions on this. So like, you know, and it was just everybody I talked to, the agreement was, yeah, Fairy Forest is just terrible. Like it's not just an annoying song. It's like a lazy composition. It's like bad circus music. And it doesn't even fit the area that you're in.
I like that. Bad
Maybe
circus
it's
music.
the cheeky personality of the fairies.
I guess so. One of my favorite lines, though, for that article was in Triforce Heroes, if you're playing via Wi-Fi, all of the songs are 8-bit, which is actually really, really cool. So that means that Triforce Heroes has a very large soundtrack, but there's one dramatic sting in the game. In the normal game, it's like an orchestrated, like low drone, and it's supposed to build tension.
So bad.
It sounds like it's just the one note on the 8-bit soundtrack. It sounds ridiculous.
And then every once in a while.
Yeah, it sounds like one of my friends described it as the brown note of Zelda.
This is pretty bad, yeah.
What are some of the other songs?
Ancient Tomb?
Really? Okay. Well, we'll hear that in about 2 hours.
You got Keaton Quiz. I like that song.
I was actually, so after that one was published, some commenters came in and described how it's more culturally inspired by certain types of music, and so in that respect, it's actually like a pretty faithful song. So I think I might have removed that one later. Like if I was to redo it, I would remove that one.
There's a slew of Link's Awakening, which I like these songs.
Any dungeon?
Well, which dungeon was in there?
Key Cavern.
So that song is terrible in the Game Boy, in my opinion. But the Link's Awakening, the Switch version, makes it a really great song.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of grown on me. Even listening to this version now, I'm like, this is pretty good. It does sound very intense. I like the Dream Shrine Chamber. I can kind of see how the notes might be kind of grating.
they strangled Animal Village in the updated version of Link's Awakening on Switch.
Yeah.
But it comes down so weird. It's just really scratchy and.
Why, we don't like the new version?
No, I don't.
Oh, I love it.
One of the songs that I neglected that I would put on that list now is the frog song from Link's Awakening. Like,
oh boy,
Wart song or whatever.
Yeah,
that's supposed to be bad, though.
I know.
That's like that's not fair.
But it's like even worse in the Switch version.
I love it. I love it. They add like the beat to it, like it's the new like a pop song basically.
Wah, 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 wah.
okay, go this way. I'm really close to dying here. I want to die.
Die.
Do you sometimes
Maybe
wish
the
you
first
were
time you
never
did.
born at all?
Sometimes. Actually, no. I don't think I've ever had that wish. It's like a very awkward wish. It feels like a teenage word to say to your parents to offend them. But I think any meaning behind that is inappropriate.
Lyrics to a Queen song.
I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for our announcement post for Oracle Week if anyone's interested. Oracle Week is a go.
Wow, exclusive.
You think have we seen the last of the Oracle games? I mean, any
I am half surprised we didn't see an announcement for a remake by Grezzo.
Do you feel that there's any games in the Zelda series at this point in time that are will be forever untouched?
Zelda 2.
I think Zelda 2's unfortunately, because I love that game.
What about Breath of the Wild?
What do you mean by untouched? Like they won't remake it?
They will never
What, a
remake
remake
it or
already?
revisit it. It is in its final evolution. There's not gonna be no Dynamax or
They're making a sequel to Breath of the Wild, so
that's okay.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know, and I can't put myself 20 years ahead like that.
I think A Link to the Past is done. They will never change it. Ever.
What if they give it Link's Awakening art style?
they don't need to do that.
I know, I'm joking.
I think doing the A Link Between Worlds one is what put the stamp as, nope, this game is done.
Yeah. I like it. I think I like it that way.
Yeah.
I think Breath of the Wild and A Link to the Past are the two safest games in the Zelda series. And Link's Awakening for the Switch.
You say that now, but wait till we're in 2040 or whatever.
Well, that's what I'm trying to think ahead. I'm like,
There will probably be something you've never thought of that you couldn't possibly think of.
by the way, this is a stupid part of this is RNG here, where you want to get a moblin to appear on the left side of the chest. And it's totally not worth doing this room the normal way, unless you fail 25 times in a row here, which... Come on, Moblin. Oh, jeez, that one was...
I like you're calling it stupid, but it's like... it's not something they meant for you to do.
Come on, Moblin. Come on, buddy. You ain't going there. This is ridiculous. This never happened. Okay, there we go. No! Come back! Come back! No! Thank you.
Wow.
That is the intended way of doing that room. Prove me wrong.
Screaming and all.
Fair play.
I love that. What is the Moblin thinking while Link is using a switch hook? And I think, what is the science behind the switch hook?
It's magic.
It switches with the hook. You've never used a switch hook in real life?
No. I'm gonna work on that. I'll put that on my bucket list. Hey, look at that. Look what we got here.
Smasher.
He's a lot harder because his ball disappears, so you can't just corner him and smash him. Well, he just runs away like a...
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like...
You're bullying him, wow. That was great.
I like how he just... What is this thing? Is this like a whale lord from like... Is this a real Bombchu? Like, does he look like a real Bombchu, like from Majora's Mask?
Could be a distant relative.
He's in the same family?
A lot of evolution can happen, you know.
He's the cousin no one talks about.
Uncle Bombchu? You know, he comes to Thanksgiving dinner and spreads his... I'm supposed to have one more key. I can't think of where I would have one.
Alright, that should probably pop off.
Alright.
I'll see you later for whatever.
For Taco Bell.
When do you want Taco Bell?
In like 3 hours.
Ooh. Some noon Taco Bell.
Like 2 hours. What time is it?
Some 11 a.m. T-Bell.
Time is of no understanding to me right now.
Alright, 2 hours I'll be getting some Taco Bell.
He wants that morning menu Taco Bell.
Is there such thing?
I don't know.
What is a morning menu Taco Bell?
They have breakfast food, yeah. They have a breakfast menu.
A Nacho Bel Grande?
I assume they have chorizo or something, right?
They have like egg crunch wraps and stuff.
I don't think I would buy egg. I don't think I want eggs from Taco Bell.
I'm with you.
I don't know why. It rubs me the wrong way. Just no eggs.
Alright, well. See ya.
Bye, Goo.
I knew it. I was missing a key. Where's the key?
Yeah, take care.
Oh boy. This is where the walls come tumbling down.
Should I get Goon and extend that time by half an hour or an hour or something?
No. This ain't gonna be no Dancing Dragon dungeon. Alright, what did I miss? I got that one. Is there one at the start of going up? No, there's no one there. Oh boy. Oh no. Happening again.
This feels like a dancing dragon.
This happened in Majora's Mask earlier. Where does this take me again?
This actually looks like dancing dragon. Same colors.
Is there another key at the left? I don't think there is. This takes you to a staircase. No, I'm not gonna take the left side. I got the red blocks. Well, let's check down here. There's a second key that I missed. Okay, no, definitely not here. Why do you think Miiverse collapsed? Wow. Wrong language with that.
Collapsed.
Did you guys ever use Miiverse?
Nope.
No.
I remember, like, being a Miiverse apologist for about a week.
A week.
Like, I remember talking to my buddy Jason and Tony, and they were Xbox fans. And then, like, the Wii U came out, and I'm like, they were like curious, legit curious, not in a negative way, just like, hey, what's the Miiverse about, kind of thing.
It saved my butt trying to 100% Wind Waker HD. All those Miiverse like bottles, single bottles.
Oh, you came in this room.
I know. This is right where you
idiot.
get the Cane of Samurai. Okay, good. Oh, at least I only lost like 3 minutes here. I mean, it could have been disastrous. Like, I could have been, How long was Mosley in the Dancing Dragon dungeon?
A long time.
Good music though, so it's not too bad being stuck in there.
Oh, great music.
In Dancing Dragon?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a marathon story. Mosley was stuck in the Dancing Dragon dungeon because he forgot a key for like over an hour, I think.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that...
He redid the dungeon like 3 times and he couldn't figure out where... It was great.
That was brutal too, because that was like... He completed the room and he did everything that he needed to do to get the key. But the key fell into
the water.
Like a square thing of water, so he couldn't actually see the key. He had to dive into the water to get the key.
Like, what's an example of that in a more modern game?
Uh,
There's no keys in, like, Breath of... Well...
I played through Ocarina of Time with my little sister once, and in Jabu Jabu's belly, she dropped down through the final hole, and right in front of the path to the boss door. Yeah. As soon as she dropped down, she forgot that she had dropped down through the ceiling. So she's looking at this door, assuming that's the door she came in through. And she's like, "Where do I go?" And I wasn't being helpful because I was like, "The door is right there." So she just sat there, not looking at this door, but not going in for like an hour.
Situation like that where you've been stuck for ages, it's just been really, really, really obvious.
I guess it's kind of similar to the Ocarina of Time water temple key. The one where you're in the central pillar room.
Yeah. I suppose.
Where it's like you lower the water and it clearly shows you like there's a there's a
there's
underwater
something that comes up from the bottom.
Imagine if it...
Did they even show you that in the original, that comes up from the bottom?
It does, but they make
it...
Is
that just a cutscene in the new one?
No, are you talking about Ocarina of Time?
Yeah.
I believe it's in the original, but it's even more prominent in the new one.
Yeah.
Can anybody confirm or deny that? So glad Breath of the Wild doesn't have a. It does have a what? I think this goes back to the conversation we had last night about Twilight Princess. We're like, what is a water dungeon? And I think the context was, do you have to actually be in water for something to be considered a water dungeon?
I would think that where water is a key mechanic in the dungeon.
Yeah, so like, Varuda is a water dungeon if I've ever seen one, right?
Yeah, because water sprays down and so on, so on.
Yeah. So, yeah. Somebody said Breath of the Wild doesn't have a water dungeon. No. Alright, I think this made the list for Andy's favorite bosses, I think? Or least favorite bosses?
Is it Smog?
Yeah.
I think this boss is pretty cool. Conceptually.
Oh, shoot. I didn't know you can... If you hit one of them, they freeze. Oh boy, I might die. I didn't know that initially. I used to just try to get them to naturally hit each other.
Like, it's bosses like this that make me realize that Ages is not a... Like, it's way more concerned about puzzles than anything else. Even its boss battles are puzzles.
Andy, I was talking about you earlier during the head thwomp battle. And I made the comment that I think the Headblomp battle is not very good, but I feel it gets a pass in the worst boss battle category because it's unique.
It's important that boss battles are not just a can slash affair, that they have something about them that makes it fun, but also different from every other boss battle.
Oh boy, this is my least favorite part of this game now. I actually don't mind this part, but in a speedrun I hate it. This is where you gotta play all the mini games in the Goron area.
Goron stuff, yep.
The massive trading sequence.
Well, lucky for you, you can go grab my Oracle of Ages adventure book. It has all of the trading sequence laid out for you.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was saying that, yeah, the book itself almost reads like just a creative mini strategy guide, if you want to look at it that way. The most helpful book, the most helpful page in the book is probably the trading sequence is all laid out. It tells you every character you need to talk to.
That's pretty fantastic, actually.
Yeah. You already have that stink bag?
Well, that's not part of this particular trading, but yeah, that's... There's like 2 trading sequences in this game.
Don't they meet in the middle, though?
No.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well.
This trading sequence is required.
The with the base stuff, yeah.
Because this one you gotta get the 2 Mermaids Cave keys.
Oh, okay, got it.
This is like, you know, this is like a main quest trading sequence. But there's like 10 items in it, I think. Like, it's not... All right. Well, I gotta do some rhythm gaming here.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
I used to have a lot of trouble with this. I always forget which one's A and which one's B for the dancing. Right. Got the brother album.
Whew. So proud of you.
So I tried that. Oh man, this was the mini marathon back in April of last year. I had about I had a few too many in the system.
Your chair was never the same after.
Oh yeah, I fell off the chair. Oh, that was during the smog battle.
Oh yeah.
But I think I failed the Goran dance game like 15 times in a row. It was getting embarrassing actually.
Well, to make you feel any better, I failed 15 times in a row, and I was like, when I played through it last time, and I wasn't,
and you were so.
I didn't have one drink too many.
Takes us to those are rupees right there. I don't know if I need 300, so. I've got like in-depth notes for this whole section. I still don't memorize it even to today. Oh boy. Thank you, Pelimer. But I don't know if you've seen that clip before. It's pretty gold though. Oh, wrong song. Stonlox. Hey Stonlox, how are you by the way? Even the Goran dance game, you can mess up twice. You just can't mess up 3 times. Andy, you had mentioned you didn't like this game. I actually really like this mini game, but I actually think it's too easy.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Right,
Moose.
I'm gonna bow out, guys.
Oh no.
But,
You
sorry.
threw me off for a second.
But Maz, you're doing a fantastic job. Keep it up. And fingers crossed for the rest of it, that it goes well. And I'll speak to you guys soon.
Alright, Allison. Take
See
care.
you later, Allison.
Alright, ta-ra. Bye.
I like this minigame, but I don't like the baseball one. This one, the track is too simple though. I wish there was a little bit more to it. The shooting gallery, and in fact,
I like the music.
The shooting gallery in the Link game, when you have to use the Big Orange Sword, that's crazy hard because the timing's so off. The Big Orange Sword moves in like slow motion. Oh god, Zelda has been streaming for 1 day and 1 hour. We're at the 25-hour mark here.
Nice.
We're going strong though.
The plan is to end at 35 or finish the 9 games.
It's 35 hours. I mean, I've been taking like 20-minute breaks here between games, and before this game was the longest break. I took about a 50-minute break. So I fell asleep for about a half an hour.
Gotcha.
And I set my alarm. Oh jeez. But it's 39 hours of, sorry, it's 35 hours of gameplay, but it's like allocated over about 39 hours. I think the plan is to finish by midnight. Oh. Present. Hey, Brandino. How are you, bud? Thanks for coming by. I saw your message on Twitter. I appreciate that.
That vase is a time paradox.
Because it's like an emblem for both time periods, or?
It's like he gives it to you saying his ancestor gave it to him, then you give it to his ancestor. So presumably he, gets old and gives it to his descendant. So when you really think about it, where did the vase come from originally? Who made it?
Maybe it's not one of a kind.
That vase is a set point in time and must always exist.
But if it's always being bridged through time, it could degrade, and at some point it'll break because it's always getting older and older, and then we have a time paradox on our hand.
I have no response to this.
We need to deep dive this and do some research and figure out what's going to happen with it.
It's like that TV show Lost. There was a pocket watch that was of like a similar time paradox.
Well, that was a weird. Like, did you ever understand? Are you a big fan of Lost?
I was. As I get older, I think maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It was definitely worth the time I put in, but maybe I don't have to look back at it with much reverence. But go ahead.
The characters were just so phenomenal. The story.
That was the best part. Yes, correct.
But I think it was like season 4 when there was the boat that was offshore. But then there was stuff happening. Like I remember like a doctor washed up on shore, dead.
Yeah.
But he was still alive on the boat, and remember there was that weird like. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Vaguely, yeah. I remember season 4 is when the plot actually started happening, because the season 3, like on the creative side, they were like spinning their wheels because ABC told them, no, you can't finish the show, keep going, and like, well, we don't have any more ideas.
Oh, is that what happened?
Well, season 3 they wanted to start moving the show towards an endpoint, but ABC wouldn't let them. But then once they were given the go ahead, they were like, okay, well now we can actually have things happen and move towards the ending. Now, was that ending what people wanted to see? That's for them to decide. But
that makes a lot of sense. I tried to rewatch it about a year ago, and about season 3, I was like, this is not as good as I remember it being.
Yeah, I mean, they locked characters away in cages, and the other characters were just kind of doing the same, character development stuff that they were doing a season before, and even the flashbacks started to like cover the same ground, and you're like, what are we watching anymore?
I did feel like they retreaded.
Yeah.
When they started doing the flash forwards, that seemed very fun. I remember.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I like season 4 is because at least then they were starting to give them more creative freedom and start moving towards the ending. And to me, season 4 was like action packed, and I'm like, oh, cool. And season 5 had time travel, and I'm like down with that.
Maybe I need to go back and just retry and just finish it up now. I finished it back when it came out first. I watched the whole thing. And I remember just being really confused. Also, a lot younger than I am now.
Yeah.
So
I was like I was hardcore invested into, like, I was like on like there's this like lost message board. So after every episode, I was like checking out like theories, and because there was always little things. That show was so good at connecting the dots a little bit with like maybe not connecting the dots, but like just putting a little intricate, like this character in the background is a character from so and so's flashback, and why are they here, and like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Some madman a few years ago put the entire show on Vimeo in chronological order.
Oh, jeez.
So you can watch everything from like the for lack of a better word, the biblical times when Jacob and the Man in Black are, being born, all the way to, present day. It was quite interesting.
I like Jacob. Oh god, no way I'm getting this one. No. Alright, hold on, let me get this right. Alright.
You did it.
Alright. Time for Mermaid's Cave.
What soul?
Mermaid's Cave is past, present, past. Right? Yes, past, present, past.
Palmer asks, is Goron Dance on the list of the worst Zelda songs? And I think by principle, it probably should be.
I don't even know what the music is. I just hear dun 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 dun
Right.
dun dun.
Ching, 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 ching.
Chung 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 chung.
I binge
Doesn't
watched.
even have a sick beat.
Lost was one of those shows that, like, so many characters I've seen in other shows, and I'm like, oh, that's so and so from Lost.
Yeah, same.
And,
It's funny, I like a sizable portion of that cast all decided like they liked living in Hawaii and just stayed there.
Okay.
And so like all of those folks just popped back up in the Hawaii Five-0 show.
I know Daniel
Day Kim.
Daniel Kim's in there, yeah.
Is it Terry Quinn?
He's in it, really?
Plays Locke.
I loved him.
Yeah, he was in there for a little while.
He was my favorite character. Oh, I liked him. I also liked Richard, but he was kind of a minor character.
Yeah.
He was very
Richard had a great that like solo episode that he had was really great.
The Black Rock, I think that was. I think Richard might have been my favorite character actually. Such an intriguing person.
There's no Nikki and Paolo, I can tell you that.
Nikki. Don't get it.
There's a deep cut. In season 3, there were 2 characters that were just kind of like they were like poochied in.
That's the one who they died in the. they shoot
they
them
were
in the middle of season 3, and like.
Yeah, they were like diamond thieves, and they just like the writers realized, yeah, people hate these characters because they were just kind of like thrown in with no rhyme or reason, and they're just like, well, that's fine, we'll just kill them.
They like reintroduced characters that were supposedly there from the beginning.
Yeah. That's why it was like Poochie, you know.
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to be.
Oh, Moss.
What's up?
You never split.
Oh, thank you. Now I'm thrown off here. Was I ahead?
I don't know.
Catch me. I want to go back to the beginning. Was that the one they died because one of them got stung by like a scorpion or something?
Yes, yeah, and they like were buried alive essentially.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Ooh, hey, we got our first Gacha seed of the run.
There you go. Planning someone good.
Yeah. I'm gonna handpick the spot I want this Gacha seed planted. Ooh, what's the order here? That's right, okay. Do you think they'll ever remake a show like Lost? Or is that a time capsule piece at this point?
Oh, I don't know. I think there'll never be a show quite like it, because if they were to remake it again, it would have just been a miniseries, I would think.
Yeah.
They can't do a show with 20... Is almost any show like... Can you do any show with 24 episodes anymore? Like, in a season? Are those days...
I mean, just on network, and even then it's starting to not be so much a priority.
Yeah, they realize that people want quality over quantity. I'd rather have 9 really good episodes than 9 okay episodes and 14 that are empty.
And like I like. Go ahead, Moss. I'm sorry.
I used to get a little upset actually with that show in particular, because I loved the character development and there was the overall plot, but I remember so many people would get upset like, what the heck? It's been 4 episodes and like the main story hasn't moved along because they're just focusing on like, I don't care about Jin and what's his name, like, you know, like
yeah,
hey, buddy, this is a show about characters.
That was like what got me through the last season, because I wasn't a big fan of the plot of the last season, but the characters were still really interesting, and most of them got good send-offs. Not all, but most. Sun and Jin got they were done dirty, I think.
I like Sawyer. I think everybody likes Sawyer, though. Anybody not like Sawyer?
Love Sawyer.
I remember when I first watched it, like I said, I was a lot younger. I did not like Sawyer. Then I watched it more recently, and I was like, nah, he's an okay character. I like him a lot.
I think the most hated character was Kate. I don't know why. But...
I was gonna say Juliet.
Juliet. Ooh. I almost don't remember her.
Yeah. I was gonna say I like J.J. Abrams a lot, but I think the past 10 years, I guess, have like kind of shown that what his strengths and weaknesses are, and like we all know like he's great at setting up mysteries. He's got that mystery box formula that he's working on, and he gets people very intrigued. But I don't know if he's the best at wrapping up the things he sets up. So I think Lost, we didn't know that yet.
Okay.
And I know he wasn't involved in the the end of the show, like past the first season or whatever. But like he set up all these mysteries and expected other people to, pay them off.
Wasn't he like only involved in the pilot?
He might have been, and I think that's the thing. Like he helped launch things, but I don't think the whole team had an idea of where to go next. So it was just kind of like in some instances they were making it up as it went along. That's what it felt to me, at least.
Yeah.
We saw something similar with Star Wars, like in the past 5 years. He set up all these mysteries that were very intriguing, but no one knew where they were going to be paid off, so it kind of rested on the shoulders of who came next.
Yeah.
I'm out of the Star Wars loop, but I remember thinking
probably better that way.
I remember thinking people were excited about Star Wars with J.J. Abrams. And then Part 7 came out, and general consensus was positive at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Part 8 came out, and I think Part 8 somehow hurt Part 7.
I think it goes back to, like, after 8 came out, it was evident that there was no, like Polymer said, there's no Kevin Feige in charge. There was no one to kind of, like, wrangle everyone together and come up with a consensus of where the story needs to go, where the characters need to go. What, just have the roadmap, so then no one is contradicting each other. Mm-hmm. You don't have a series of 2 writers, directors, like, tug-of-warring with each other.
Who's Kevin Feige? Kevin Feige?
He runs he's kind of like the creative head of the Marvel movies. And I know you just started those.
Yeah, I'm
right?
3 movies in. I hate Iron Man. he's like, do people like him? Is he a likable character? Like, he's a piece of garbage.
I think people like the idea of him, but yeah,
You watched Iron Man 2, right? Yeah, that was the third one.
I'm cheering. Yeah, I was cheering for Mickey. Oh God, I hate this boss.
Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, you want him? Like that guy's been wrong. Like he's been treated like garbage, and like he was like a partner, and like.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tony Stark in Iron Man 2 for sure is like. He's definitely not likable. I totally get it.
Part 1 too.
Yeah, I get it.
He's like
he grows on you.
He's like
he grows on you if you watch him.
Like a rich kid's, like he thinks he's better than everybody because his dad was I don't know. I don't like him at all.
I just watched Civil War again, and in that movie, like, you see him trying to grow as a person a little bit, and that makes me appreciate his character a bit more.
He's trying to that's like his plot, I guess, in the first 2 movies too. Like he's a little self-aware that he's an idiot or like a kind of a prick, but
yeah.
I don't like him. Oh.
You intend to watch Thor next, or?
Yeah, I have Thor, Captain America, and Avenger. I bought the first 6 movies, so
I think I might be in the minority on this, but I really didn't like any of the Phase 1 movies all that much until the Avengers.
No, I don't think any of the first 3 movies are good.
I really enjoyed Captain America. I thought it was a fun movie. I mean, it's obviously like a timepiece, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun to watch, and It's goofy. It's a comic book movie for sure. But, but I
feel about all of them. They're all watchable and like fun. The ride is fun, but like, you know,
some of them test your suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
I liked Bruce Banner's character, but like the movie wasn't very good. I don't think it was atrocious, but is there one?
I like the first act of that movie a lot. Set in Brazil.
Okay. This is a great room here.
You are failing miserably.
You are failing.
Wow. That was impressive. Uh, 14th time's the charm?
Well, you did it.
Wow. Alright, what else? Do I gotta do anything else in this dungeon? Is there something on the right side? Yeah, I moved the wall. I gotta do... What else is there on the right side? Do I even have to go here? I don't know if I have to go here. I'm pretty sure I got a key that I don't need. Okay, this leads to... This is a compass, I think. Yeah, but this... down here leads to something I need. What it is, I don't know. The big key is down here. I did need that key. Oh, this is that great room. This is like an Oracle staple.
Old Chance room.
There's one in Oracle Seasons. There's one in Oracle of Ages. Is there one in another dungeon too? Is there one of these in like Wind Waker?
No.
I'm definitely gonna gain a lot of time on this, but I think I'm towards the end of this dungeon here. Oh yeah, Link Between Worlds. Sanctuary. Not only do the pass. Okay, I think I gotta get a key. That's it. The key is on the rope. Do we really need that Twilight Demon? Rod, have you played Age of Calamity?
Yes, I have.
Are you are you a fan?
So, I think my opinion is... this is the opinion I have of all the Warriors games. And I will say I think Age of Calamity might be the best Warriors game ever made.
Wait,
it's fun.
Let me premise this by asking first, are you a fan of the Dynasty Warriors games?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think they're fun in small doses. Like I had a lot of fun during certain parts of that game, especially when new characters are introduced. You know, it's really fun to get to know characters and, you know, have a bit more fun learning their combo. And like, as I got more combos, it became more fun. But at a certain point, it's even in Age of Calamity, when, you know, there weren't any more characters to be introduced, and I wasn't getting any more combos, and I was fighting the same enemies over and over again. I was just like, well, I think I'm kind of done. But there's, you know, a bit more story left. And so it was like, it was a trade-off. Like, I thought the story was pretty good, as like a roller coaster ride, and I didn't much care for the gameplay at a certain point.
Did you enjoy? How would you compare it relative to Hyrule Warriors?
I think it's better. I mean, I think just the setting and the importance of it, you know, as opposed to like. Hyrule Warriors just felt like, it very much felt like a side game, you know, it felt, to me, not as important, just because it was more of a spectacle.
Okay.
Then, you know, like, we're actually telling a real story. But then at the same time, it's like, I get more excited. I back in the day, I had gotten more excited when they announced new characters for Hyrule Warriors, because it felt like, you know, it felt exciting we don't know who, you know, what DLC characters, for example, are going to be announced or stuff like that, you know, because anyone is fair game.
Yeah.
With Age of Calamity and, you know, DLC characters coming up, I'm like not as excited because I kind of already know what to expect.
Right.
We might get a surprise here and there, but I think I know what the roster is going to look like by the end of the year.
You know, one thing I noticed, so I've been playing a lot of Hyrule Warriors lately. Not Age of Calamity, actually. Hyrule Warriors. Long story. And I've like refamiliarized myself with the game, and I've realized that like one thing about Hyrule Warriors that's different, much different actually than Age of Calamity, is the characters play a lot more familiar to one another in Hyrule Warriors. Whereas Age of Calamity, they're a lot more distinctive from one another. And I find myself in like replaying Hyrule Warriors. It's like almost all the characters, for better or for worse, play very similar. They're like, you can play almost anybody and just mash buttons and it feels okay.
Yeah.
Hyrule Warriors, you get in a groove and you like certain characters and then you can't play with anybody else. It's like you just fall in love with characters and then everybody else, it's like it's just not that other character and therefore you don't like them. At least I felt that way. I don't know if you felt that way. Did you end up like, I don't want to, like, who the heck wants to play as Daruk? Or, like, you know what, I'm just making...
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Like, there's definitely some characters that I just, like, wrote off, you know, and I got in trouble for saying I didn't much care for Hestu, you know, in Age of Calamity, but, Hestu just wasn't for me, and I know that there are some Hestu stands out there, and that's totally cool, but it just wasn't for me. I think, like, to me, they introduced the three best characters at the start. Well, that's not true. They introduced two of the best characters from the start with Impa and Link, you know? And I just had the most fun playing those characters.
Sure, welcome back. Alex, how are you? Sure. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat. By the way, congratulations on 20 years. Alex is one of the leads over at the Zelda Universe. Yes.
And no, I felt the same way. I through my entire run of Age of Calamity, I basically used Link and Impa the entire time.
Yeah.
Just because they were so OP, and I, much like you said, by the end of it, I was like, I just kind of want to finish the story, because I had every intention to 100% the game, and then I just got to it and was like, no, I'm done.
I don't want to find any more Hinoxes. Like,
right.
Yeah, it's way too repetitive. I mean, why don't they just add more enemies, more unique enemies?
That would have done a lot to mitigate it. You know, I would have had a way better time if they continued to introduce new enemies towards the end. You know, not just bosses.
It's the same variants of them over and over, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's the issue of, you know, making a game set in Breath of the Wild's world. Breath of the Wild, you know, really doesn't have that much of a variety in terms of enemies if you really think about it.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean, this is a problem in regular Hyrule Wars as well. But I feel like, I like Hyrule Warriors more than Age of Calamity. I think it's just a more fun game to play.
I get that.
I enjoy just the basic missions. I enjoy taking outposts and, like, you know, the missions were better. I'm like, I don't know. I play as Link, and I use the 4 attacks, leap into the air, do 4 more attack or 3 more attacks, and then use the bow and arrow. And that is the only combination I do against every enemy, no matter boss, group of enemies, little enemies, moblins, Lionels, Guardians. It's the same exact thing over and over. I started playing as Mipha. I played as Riju a lot just because I really like Riju the character, but she's so hard to play with.
Yeah, I've heard some people have really gotten used to it, you know, and you can do a lot of damage with that character, but
Useless.
I think that's the thing. You just have to, like... Sorry, go ahead.
She's too fast, so some of the stages are, like, they're built because they're kind of, like, structured to the world of Breath of the Wild. They were trying to stay true to that.
Yeah.
And she's not meant for worlds like that.
So I felt the same way about Teba. I felt like, you know, the speed just didn't accommodate some of the scenarios you were put in.
What is happening? I'm gonna play everything. Like, I've played like 500 hours of the game or something, and I will continue to play it. But I used to describe Hyrule Warriors, the original one, as like the most mediocre game that I couldn't stop playing. And I can't think of it. I think this carries over with this other Hyrule Warriors too. Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't know. Still underwater. Not a big fan of this boss. This boss is very, like, similar to the Shadow Hag boss.
I was watching a speedrun of this boss, and like you can just, for the most part, tank it from above the water.
Oh,
spin
really?
attack. Yeah.
Spin attack this guy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You have so much health. What's going on here? Okay. Whew.
This
Alright, we're
is
back.
the point in the game that I was like, oh, there's so many dungeons.
Hey, it's Allison. Hi, Allison.
Hi, Elson.
Hello.
We're back ahead. Well, like, that dungeon, I think is complex. It's not great. There's only so many places you can go. It's complex because there's a dungeon map and compass in 2 different areas, and the big key is in the past when you use it in the present. Sorry, it's in the present, but you use it in the past. There's a lot of cool, like, little, and you have to, you know, bomb the wall to change the future. I like that kind of stuff.
I did like going back and forth between the past and the future. It just kind of reminds me of dungeons from other games, so I like that aspect. It's just, I got to this point and I was like, I really just need to finish this game. And I still have 2 more dungeons after this.
I only use Link and Mipha and Pa. Sometimes Mipha. Okay. That's so the last 2 dungeons in this game I used to have more of a mixed opinion on Jabu Jabu, but over the years it's grown on me. Not a fan of the boss, or mini-boss, or really the dungeon item, but the complexity of the dungeon is, it used to feel like almost like it's overwhelming. Wait, I gotta sneak in here. What am I doing? But I think it might be the most complex dungeon in the entire series. In terms of, you sort of get lost in the world and you gotta figure out where to go. And, I mean, people talk about Oracle of Ages being like the puzzle game, and the dungeon itself is the puzzle. It's like, you're never, like, it's very rare in Zelda. There's only a handful of dungeons you're ever like, I have no idea where I need to go. Do you think of any dungeons that come to mind right away? Maybe like the Great Palace and the Death Mountain, like the original Legend of Zelda. But
yeah, I kind of felt that way with like the Water Temple and Majora's Mask. Sometimes it can be like, at least in the N64 version, it could be a bit confusing. When I'm like, I just went to that room, I don't know where to go now. But to be fair, like I did Jabu Jabu's Valley like completely from the guide, like from step 1 to the last step. So
yeah.
I was just like, I'm not having it. And so I used the guide the whole time, so it really helped me. I'm sure if I tried to do it by myself, I would have been like, oh my god, what am I even doing?
Kind of hard to gauge depth, too. Like, what? Oh, this room is above that room? Like in a 2D world, it's... The layers of the levels are hard to gauge.
Yeah, I get that. I really liked this game, though. It was very charming, and I wasn't expecting to like it, because this isn't the style of Zelda that I like, but I did like it.
What is happening? Yeah, this game is not meant to be... How long did it take you to play it?
I didn't fully time myself, but I feel like gauged on...
Days, I'm saying.
Gauged on how I feel about it, I think it took like 16, 17 hours.
Like, when did you start playing it? Was it like a week?
A week, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is not a week.
I started like Friday, and then finished the Saturday before we recorded the podcast.
Okay.
And yeah, for a first playthrough, there's no way I should have given myself way more time.
This is one of the longest Zelda games, I'd say.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like...
I played both the Oracle games almost exclusively at the airport.
Can you imagine somebody's like, you should try this game, Skyward Sword. Play it, and let's talk about it in 8 days.
No. Especially if it's their first time.
Yeah. Oh, it's first time. Oh, it's an easy game, like, Yeah, that ain't gonna fly. But can you imagine your opinion of the entire last half of the game?
Yeah.
It'd probably be. The last half of that game feels a little bulky, even if you're playing it over 6 months.
Yeah. That would be how I feel about the last half of this game.
Yeah. I would say
I have not talked to you since Skyward Sword HD was announced.
I'm super excited.
I was going to say, I will most certainly give it another chance now that I can play it with a thumbstick instead of my arms.
Yeah, I think the controls are cool, and I'm hoping that they made other changes, because I remember when we talked about it, Rod, on the podcast, and you had all these things that you didn't like. I'm hoping that they fix some of those, that you like it more.
If Fee talks just a little less, and I know what to expect with the pacing. Like I don't know how much that is going to be fixed, and somebody had said if you look at the Skyward Sword surface world, like the 3 main areas, if you look at them like little dungeons of their own, then you can appreciate them more. And I think when I play through it again, that's what I'm going to do.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
Skyward Sword is just not a game that has an overworld, or needs one, I guess, minus the sky and Skyloft.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because you would think like the sky is supposed to be the highlight, but I feel like it's the surface is the highlight. The sky is just the way to get to the surface.
Now, if they added a new, big island in the sky somewhere,
forget it. Not a chance.
I know.
Their track record is really low on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't feel like, looking at it, it doesn't feel like it's an overhaul game. They just,
No. Did you see, so, like, I think they're giving it the Twilight Princess treatment. Like,
yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, it needs more of a Majora's Mask or a Wind Waker treatment.
Or at least a Wind Waker, for sure.
I don't know. I think it's kind of weird because it came out in like right before these games were being changed to HD and all that kind of stuff. So visually, it looks great. It's just kind of fuzzy. It doesn't have the same like crispness, and it doesn't move as fast.
As someone who needs to hunt down screenshots for Skyward Sword for articles all the time, I will say I really appreciate the higher resolution this time around.
Yeah.
We can finally put we can put big screenshots in our articles and it will look nice.
Yes, that's awesome. Yeah, that is cool to think about. But yeah, so I think that whatever they did to make it look a little bit crisper is really cool. I like that. I didn't think it needed a big overhaul visually, at least. It's just some of the quality of life that I know a lot of people don't like, that I'm hoping got some kind of change rather than just taking the game, enhancing the visuals, changing the controls a bit, and then slapping it onto the Switch.
It's like with Wind Waker HD, they got rid of some of the busy work, right? The Triforce quest was less busy work and more like just get to the good parts. Get to the good parts faster. Get the Triforce shards faster. You don't need these charts, whatever, I would hope that Skyward Sword, it's like just get rid of one of the imprisoned fights. We don't need 3 of them.
Not happening.
Dude. Look at the Zoras. They're so cute.
I got the order of operations here.
Yeah, I highly doubt that they got rid of any parts or optimized any parts.
Wait. Mr. Mrs. I see the hair product is failing and the fro is emerging. How are you doing, sir?
The fro is emerging.
Falling apart. I'm gonna take a shower.
Right.
Falling apart.
It's got a 70s look. I like it.
I haven't got a haircut since midsummer. Where is it? I forgot the order of operations here. There we go. This is right. So I was looking at I think Sanity posted something in the Discord where there's a fan who took a copy of Skyward Sword, the original ROM of the game, and put it side by side next to the Wii version, and put it in the the upscaled emulator, because the actual like artifacts are high quality in the base game. But did you see that where it's like, and it's like, all right, which one is the HD version and which one is the original version? It's kind of hard to tell.
I didn't see it. I'll have to look.
I remember similar things like with Twilight Princess was the case, where it was like, if you look at, like, they built these games to look nicer than they really are, but then they're limited by their hardware.
Well, on the last thing you posted, the images are like, they are different. It's not like they're totally the same.
Allison, you described the Girahim fights as like slowly ramping up to the point where Link looks like a really awesome hero by the end. I think I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Let's go past. Actually, no, let's go right now. Gotta get some medicine.
Moss, you've played Seasons already, right?
Nope.
Oh no? Okay, Seasons is up next.
Ages, Seasons, Wind Waker.
Cool. Are you gonna do linked game for Seasons, or?
I'm not. Specifically because I want to submit my run to the Spirit Oracle Season leaderboard.
Understood.
Never done a run of. I've never had a submitted run for several of the games in today's. So 5 out of the 6 games so far are going to be on the speedrun.com leaderboard. Majora's Mask will not be because of my massive consecutive failures repeatedly throughout that playthrough. But
I think so. I went back and I'm looking at these images, and I think my stance on it is I don't care.
wait, no, that's totally fine. Like, this is not even like a negative, I think, because like if the Switch can play what the game originally was hoping to look like, you know, because they built it on their
exactly.
like, good. That's what the new technology is for. That's what Twilight Princess is. That like. It looks better. Like,
it does look better. It's my only problem with the visuals in Skyward Sword in the original is how grainy it is. Otherwise, it's like great. I think the art style is great, and I think it's really colorful and vibrant. So if all they did was get rid of the graininess, that's a plus. I think that's awesome.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just like it's gonna be like. But if you go back, I make a comparison to the Twilight Princess because I think this is a more ample comparison than Wind Waker.
I agree with you. Yeah, like Wind Waker is not. You can't compare it to Wind Waker. That was a total overhaul.
Even if you look at the dolphin, like I remember Wind Waker emulators and it was like, whoa, this looks. But it's like they revamped it. It's like a fresh coat of paint. Like they didn't just like run it through a machine and like spit it out. I kind of think that's what they're. I don't know how much they're actually doing with this game. I get the sense that I'm worried that they're giving it a fresh coat of paint, which I don't even know if it's actually any work at all. I don't know anything about video game development, but I don't think they're building it from like the ground up kind of thing.
Yeah. It kind of feels like their focus was the motion controls. They're like, okay, we got to get this to switch over to the Joy-Con. Plus, let's give it, the option to do with the Pro Controller. So I think that might have been their focus.
I wonder if there's any changes.
I'd rather that be a priority than anything else, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Huh. Motion controls were just so not for me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I've been saying this since the Switch came out, but I think the Joy-Cons are the perfect, the perfect thing to fix the motion control issue that everybody had, because, like, the Joy-Cons are much more, sensitive. I feel like they're much more, aside from the issues that everybody has with the Joy-Con, I personally haven't had that issue, so I can't understand, I guess, that point of view, but it just feels like it's more sensitive. It would work better for what Nintendo wanted originally for Skyward Sword, so I'm thinking that it wouldn't have needed the optional Pro Controller, but I always wanted that for people with mobility issues who have told me they can't play Skyward Sword because they can't use the Wiimote.
That's a very minor group of people, I would say. But it's nice that that's an option. I think there's a significantly larger group of people that are perfectly capable of playing, but they're like, this is not how I play video games.
Fair enough.
That's like a first.
I'm a little worried though about the Skyward Sword Joy-Con situation. I'm afraid I might not get some.
So like, my view on this situation is that I think Skyward Sword, like, I'm one of those guys that's like, forget the controls. Forget it. Like, if it had the greatest controls in the world, this game is, in my opinion, one of... It needs a lot of work. This game does not work in 2021, I think. It's like
I agree with you.
It has nothing to do with the controls. Nothing at all. And I'm like, if we're getting the same product, I think, especially after Breath of the Wild, like all of those Zelda fans that never played, if you're a Zelda fan that's played 2 games, let's just say, Breath of the Wild, Link's Awakening, and then you play this one, I don't know. But, because I at the end of the day, I don't think it matters, though, because I just think it's going to be a new, accessible way for people to play it, because somebody wants to hook up a Wii, and the technology is a little outdated.
Oh, I just had a thought about it, though. Ooh, that's gonna be rough for speedrunning. The new version probably doesn't have the split in Ancient Cistern, where you could fall through the floor and basically break the dungeon. Woof.
Who cares? Why
well,
is that?
It's I'm okay with that as far as the Ancient Cistern goes, because casually, because I like the Ancient Cistern, but speedrunning, it's really nice to just skip a whole dungeon. It was such a long game.
It's such a funny, that's such a speedrunner world, first world problem.
Yep, that's true. There's so much item switching in this game, it's ridiculous.
That's why we need a remake. That right there.
It's not nearly as bad as Link's Awakening.
But even with the final boss, you have to switch your weapons. At least 3 times or something, right?
The Varen boss is bad because you need
the Varen boss.
Weapons.
Yeah,
you need 3 weapons. A lot of the weapons in this game is not very weapon oriented. There's 4 weapons in this game, and then you get 4 upgrades to those 4 weapons.
I love the Zora in this game, though. They're so cute.
You think of 6 of the items in this game are the Seed Satchel, then the Seed Shooter. You get the Power Bracelet and the Power Gloves. You get the Hook Shot, or Switch Hook, and the Long Hook. 6 of the 8 dungeons are that. It's got some pretty weak items. Not that they're awful, but this what is this?
I love the fact that when I was playing this game, I was finally able to connect Mossy's whenever you were talk about Mosley's daughter and how you wanted her to be named Ambi. I was like, oh, I can finally understand. I understood, but now I'm like, oh, I get it now. I connect to that story now. I just thought that was cute.
If I ever have a daughter, I'm gonna fight for the name Ambi. I'll settle for a middle name. Ambi. If you met a woman,
cute name.
If you name a woman named Ambi, that sounds like a totally normal name, right?
No.
Does it sound like a normal name?
No, it doesn't. But I think
Ambi?
it's so cute.
Really?
You insist that she be ambidextrous.
I would be like, what is that short for?
She's a queen.
short for anything. My name is Ambi.
Oh boy, here we go.
Here we go.
This is a dungeon.
It's insane to me that you've only been playing for 3 hours and you are already in the second to last dungeon.
I've been playing for 26 hours, actually.
I mean this game.
I feel like once you get past the Gorons, like it's pretty much, you know, just dungeon, 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 and then you're done, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this dungeon is, what am I doing? How did I get to the water? Where's the water? We're 3 minutes into this dungeon, I'm confused.
So, Al, you just played this game for the first time?
Yep.
At which number dungeon did you say to yourself, man, these dungeons are really hard?
I can tell you how every man all we do is sit on the couch and listen for shit.
What is happening?
Moose.
I don't know.
What is that in the background?
Sounds like Kevin Hart.
I heard something about stealing a couch. Did we hear that?
I heard it. I don't know where that
microphone was muted. I'm sorry, guys.
Are you planning a heist here?
No. My wife just sent me a TikTok, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch that real quick." But literally, my microphone in front of me is flashing, saying that it's muted. So I don't know.
Is that the cover?
Maybe.
If anybody asks, I sent you a TikTok.
But yeah, Allison, when did you say to yourself, man, these dungeons are starting to get really hard? Or confusing?
Confusing. I'd probably say after. I have to look at my notes. After the one on with Symmetry City. After that one, probably. No, the next one's not that bad. The next one's not that bad. Probably Mermaid's Cave.
I think I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it wasn't so bad up until that point, but I think it directly correlated with the fact that I was pretty, like, I really just want to get done with this game, and I was getting frustrated that I couldn't, especially with Mermaid's Cave, that I couldn't just breeze through it, so that's why I used the guide directly for this dungeon here. So yeah, probably around that point.
So last time I played, I didn't do it with a guide, you know, and it's like, I got through the dungeons eventually, and it, like, you know, by looking back, it's like, I guess that wasn't too hard, but it just felt like I was fumbling around in every dungeon past, like, the fourth or fifth one.
Let me ask you, Rod, do you like that as part of your gameplay?
Fumbling around?
You like you like getting stuck and trying to figure out where you want to go, and then start looking at your map, where haven't I been, where's the treasure chest?
To a point, yes.
Some people hate that.
You know, I like it. It's that puzzle solving, critical thinking part of me that likes that. But if I'm just like fumbling around in a dungeon for an hour, 2 hours, I don't think I was in the dungeon for that long. But at a certain point, it felt like, okay, I'd like to be making some progress now.
Mm.
And in some cases, it didn't feel like I was making progress more than I was stumbling into a solution that I didn't anticipate.
Right. Like, sometimes I feel like Zelda is an easy game, like, generally speaking. Like, nobody's playing Zelda because they want to, like, a challenge, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's, like, custom challenges that people do, and then there's, like, the hard modes and whatever. So it's like, people want, I think, nobody wants to be stuck in a dungeon forever. Or stuck in general. Like, I think they want to get through. Like, that's not what Zelda is. There's a lot of franchises that are for that, but not this one.
Yeah, it's a balance, and navigation in some of these top-down games are hard to pull off in a kind of an elegant way. And it is what it is, I guess. A Link to the Past does it really well. Link's Awakening, I think, does it really well.
Do you feel like I think Great Bay is a good example. Somebody mentioned earlier where
Great Bay is a great example, yeah.
Where it's like I feel like you just get kind of lost. That's not really even a big dungeon, but just the whirlpool just shoots you in areas, and you have, like, feel like you don't have control over where you're going. And like I get frustrated a little bit with that one, and it's like, I think this has that vibe a little bit too.
Yeah. I can't think of a good word to describe it. I'm just gonna call it fumbly bumbly.
I think I would describe this game to anybody who hasn't played it. I know some people are kind of like, is this game really that hard? It's more than you expect. Like, for some reason, when I was going into this game, I knew it was gonna be puzzle heavy. But for some reason, I was expecting it to be shorter. I was expecting it to be, I don't know, like, I'd say I'm pretty good at Zelda games, but there was some parts where I was like, I was like, God, I feel so dumb, like, just trying to get through this dungeon or whatever.
Yeah.
So there are some of those moments, and you're not expecting them. And it seems weird from a game that came out 20 years ago, but yeah, it definitely is a challenge, and it's more than you expect, I would say.
And like, I don't think it's. I don't mean this to mean like this is a terrible criticism or anything of the game, but I do feel like this game kind of throws concepts at you very quickly, and they stack those concepts on each other in some places where I don't think that it was built up to quite as seamlessly, I guess.
This is not an entry-level game. Is that kind of what you're getting at a little bit?
Yeah. You know, because I'm like thinking of like the Takeshi Tezuka school of game design, where it's like the first Mario stage teaches you have to jump over an enemy to get past it. You can't just run by it. You have to, you know, here's a step, you know, here's some steps, and here's a pit that doesn't have a bottomless pit in it, so you know to jump over them. So then by the time there is a bottomless pit, you are trained, and you've been trained in a very elegant way to, you know, overcome an obstacle. Whereas sometimes it's like, with this game, it felt like, wow, I wasn't anticipating this type of obstacle quite yet.
I'm not sure if I completely agree with that, because I do feel the first two dungeons are very linear and very simplistic in that sense.
You're right, they are.
It does escalate. I mean, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but
very quick escalation. I think that's
the dungeons start. There's definitely a beginning, middle, and end to the complexity of the dungeons. I'll definitely. Okay, this is not where I want to be. This is where I want to be.
But I don't want to make it seem like I'm, you know, criticizing. I'm being overly critical, because I do like this game, and I like that it's challenging.
Yeah, I say everything that I say about this game with love. I still like it. I had like 2.5 pages of notes for this game for the podcast. I was just very surprised by how much it actually had in it. Pleasantly surprised, though.
I love all the characters in the main quest.
I do too. I actually really like this. Sometimes I feel like I'm an Oracle of Ages apologist, and like, it is one of my.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Like, I feel like I'm a defender. Like, I feel like it needs, because I'm like, I feel strongly about a lot of things, but like, a lot of things in this game, the dungeon in particular, I think these last three are the most. I think I made a comment in the Discord. I said, this trio of dungeons stands out more than any other trio of consecutive dungeons in terms of complexity and like kind of maybe not uniqueness, because they are like, it's like the pinnacle of some reused ideas from the past. That's how I view these last three dungeons. But like, the bosses suck in this game. I just talked about how the items are pretty bad. But this stuff is not like, you know, top-notch stuff.
Not top-notch Zelda. That's okay.
Yeah.
I like Ralph a lot. At first I was just like, "Hey, he's so dramatic. Like, what's his deal?" And then
Ralph
at
is
the end, I was
MVP
like,
of this game.
I was like, "Oh, Ralph."
The MVP. I like the Queen too.
Yeah. And I like it. I like that in the Linked game, you find out that her and the pirate are an item.
He's building this tower to find her long lost love. Who's the
Oh yeah, I
Pyration.
remember Andy telling me that, and I
Skeleton
was like,
pirate.
oh no.
And he's
So sad.
she's like all over the Linked game too. She's not like just like a one, you know. She's like multiple scenes throughout. Okay, the key. I know you gotta get the 4 keys here.
Holes 15, 17. What would you like to talk about?
We've got Triforce Dad.
Raid.
It's not often that one person raids twice in a single stream. Oh god, Evan. Evan, how are you, bud?
Evan.
Evan, I've been thinking about you in discussions I've been having about this game. Oh, what did I just do? So, Evan is a creator of the game The Legend of Zelda Isle of Rebirth.
Ooh.
And if you want to talk complexity of dungeons, this makes this look like Kitty Land. Some of the stuff that are in his dungeon. I mean, there are dungeons where I spent multiple hours in.
Of all the Zelda games you've played, this is from Rain Time. What are your least and most favorite Zelda dungeons?
I think I when we did our we recently had a feature on the site, and oh wait, did I do this in the wrong order? And we did our best dungeons. I had Hyrule Castle from Breath of the Wild as number 1, and I know that one's like a little like, is that a dungeon? Like, you know, that's like a unique one.
It absolutely is.
Okay.
I think that list that we did, that feature was, I think Breath of the Wild was a little overrepresented. Hyrule Castle, though, is like top-notch dungeon, though.
I don't know if I could ever pick like a most favorite dungeon. There's so many that I like, and I would have to think about it for a long time of a dungeon that really I'm just like so pumped to get to. My least favorite, though, would probably have to be City in the Sky.
Really?
Or
I
at
like
least
that
one
one.
of them.
I like the way it feels to use double claw shots. It just feels very satisfying.
That's a fair feeling. I like that too. It's just, I don't know, something about it. It's just, I don't know. It just feels like a huge chore. I don't like doing it. That's another game where it has too many dungeons for no reason.
Rain Time says Twilight Princess's water dungeon link bed. I agree with that.
Yeah, that one's
Not
awful.
very-
I like that one.
Captain Bacon says Ice Cavern, which I'm like, oh, interesting.
This cavern is fun. I like that one.
I'm not a fan of Stone Tower from Majora's Mask. So I'm really
Hey, high five, same. Psh, I know a lot of people really like that dungeon.
I think it's a good idea, but I get to it and I never want to play through it when I get to it. It just is a lot of work, a lot of back and forth, and I just never enjoy going through it.
Very interesting, very interesting. There's also talk about Zelda being 35 today. That's cool. Happy 35th. I would say
Where were you on Zelda's 35th birthday?
I was watching Matsu's play Age of It.
Oh, wait,
Oracle of Ages.
Where were you when Zelda was born?
Oh, where was I? Not a concept yet.
Yeah, I was not existing.
I was trying to think of something clever to say, but my parents were literally like 14, so.
I was swimming.
I was swimming. I was the best swimmer.
Actually, no. I had been transferred at that point.
Oh.
It was 8 months before I was born, so... I had made the conversion from dad to mom.
So you're saying you were conceived when the Zelda series was released. Do you think this is some kind of, like, element of fate, or...?
I was conceived on February 21st. I want to believe that. Alright, that's 3. That's it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Some people in the comments were earlier talking about their disappointment for not having a Zelda Anniversary Direct. And I think it's still coming. I think just because it's not here on the day or before the day doesn't mean we're not going to get anything.
Nintendo operates on a fiscal year basis, I think. So I think we'll get one later. I would hope so.
Also, outside of that surprise announcement of Splatoon...
That was actually a cool announcement.
My understanding is, like, Skyward Sword coming out in July is the last game that was mentioned, right?
Yes. I can verify that. I have the press release, game release schedule right here.
So, like, they've so we have no idea what, other than what, like Hyrule Warriors DLC's coming out in June and then again in November. Like, there's nothing. Yep. We don't know anything whatsoever for what Nintendo is doing in August, September, October, November.
Correct. So the last release on their schedule for, their marquee games are Skyward Sword HD in July. And from that point on, we only have Project Triangle Strategy releasing in 2022 and Splatoon 3 releasing in 2022.
Yeah.
Even like the Splatoon announcement was like you got to figure there's something coming out in 2021, right?
Yeah.
What it's not gonna be like, all right, Skyward Sword, this is our last game to release for this year. Like, so I mean, they've got some big guns here, and I'm surprised they showed off Splatoon as opposed to something that was gonna come out this year.
Maybe they're playing the card safe, probably.
Yeah.
E3's just around the corner.
Yeah. I think it's kind of funny, like, I've kind of gotten to this point with Directs or with Nintendo announcing anything in the last few years where, like, I'm pretty content, So, I know people are upset that Skyward Sword was the only thing announced, and then a little bit about Age of Calamity for, DLC. And I know a lot of people were expecting more. I know people were expecting something for Breath of the Wild 2. But just to know that Nintendo has that in their back pocket, that they're working on it, and that it'll come with time, just makes me happy. Like, I like that. Like, I like that thought in the back of my head.
That's the thing. I've been writing about Zelda long enough to remember when they showed a Breath of the Wild like a short trailer, and then the words 2016 flashed on the screen.
I think 2015 even?
Yeah, like,
or
I think
in 2014
they had said that Breath of the Wild was going to release in 2016, and they ended up pushing it back. So I would rather them not do that anymore. I'd rather them have a sure shot, as opposed to announcing a date and then pushing that date back.
The first mention was 2015.
I think, I believe you're right.
I definitely remember.
I just remember that classic photo of Link riding the horse, 2016.
I think I remember the memes of, like, greatest joke I heard all year, and it says, and it showed a picture of, 2015.
Yeah.
What does a switch hook grab a fairy?
Nice. That's cool.
I don't know the technology here.
It's like the crane game.
We're gonna gain some time here.
I also really appreciate that, like, every time we've seen... I like this boss. Every time we've seen Eiji Aonuma since, like, last year, so in the first trailer for Age of Calamity, he's just like, I'm not going to talk about Breath of the Wild 2. Don't worry about it. You know? And he
I know
did
you
that,
were excited. I know you were excited when you saw me, but that's not what we're talking about.
right? I'm just like, this guy knows. Like, he just knows his audience so well. And I'm like, you know what, sir? That is okay. Thanks for mentioning it, though.
No, I think I'm really excited for them to be taking their time on Breath of the Wild too. You know, it has a lot of potential to either, you know, be awesome or flop, I think. And so them taking their time, I think, is a really good thing for that game.
Does that
Yeah.
Making sure it's done right.
Does that have any potential to flop?
Well,
it could be a.
I don't think financially, but I think that, you know, sequels are kind of hard to do sometimes, and so making sure it's done right, I think, is really.
It could be a
important.
Crackdown 2 situation where it's like almost the exact same game with the same map with some like, here's some rubble in a certain place, and I don't think I want that.
No, I don't want just like new NPCs and like new buildings built. I want another story, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like the story has the potential to be as good as Skyward Sword's story.
It'll be interesting.
Saying something that's like weird to say about Breath of the Wild, anything related to Breath of the Wild.
Anyway, after that dungeon, I'm gonna see you all off.
All right, Rod. Thank you.
Mossie's, best of luck to you.
Hi, Rod.
2.5 games left, right? Or 2.25?
I don't know. Yeah, I got about 12 hours. We're about 26 and a half hours into this.
Well, best of luck to you.
We're just
Quick
getting
reminder, ZeldaDungeon.net will be hosting Oracle Week all week. So if you like your Oracle games, check us out. I'm dropping a link for the announcement post right now in the chat. So, bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you later.
This hair is getting out of control. You could probably play this video on a time lapse and just see the hair falling apart. Worried about reusing the overworld. Do we really want to explore everything again? Nintendo's smart enough. They're not going to do that. Either there's going to be some gimmick to it, it's going to be an alternate world, or it's not going to take place in Hyrule at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly what I'm kind of hoping is that at the beginning of the game is like, hey, you're in Hyrule, and then all of a sudden something happens and you split and you go to like the underworld that we see in the trailer or something like that, you know? Just so it's like a playoff, like, hey, this is the same place, we love it, and then you move on.
Yeah.
Explore the oceans outside of Breath of the Wild's Hyrule. That would be fun. I do, as much as I'm not a fan of water dungeons in general, I did miss being able to like look underwater and see what's going on and all that.
Yeah, that seems like such an odd thing to keep out. I was talking about this a couple weeks ago of a Zelda game, but they did it for a reason, and I'm hoping that, you know, they'll bring it back in Breath of the Wild too. What do I have to do today? What do I have to do with my life today?
With your life. Hey, life.
I have to make sure I'm spending my energy the best way I can.
The conversation sucked with you.
Good thing I'm here now.
Dan!
What's up, Dan?
Hey, Dan.
How are you, buddy?
How's it going, everybody? I'm surviving. Doing all right.
What are you doing in Texas?
Work. Well, there's not a lot of work going on right now.
Texas. Deep in the
I
heart.
actually have clap, 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 clap.
You have clap, 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 clap.
No, so it's there's the song. It's the stars are bright, something, something. I don't know because I'm like not actually a Texan, right?
Oh, deep in
And
the
they
heart of
go
Texas.
deep in the heart of Texas, and then it's like a bunch of claps, and they go clap, 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 clap.
You're finishing my joke, which I didn't even know what the ending was.
There's a lot of things I've learned since coming down here.
Explain yourself.
Like in which capacity though?
What have you learned as a Texan? Do we have any Texans or I don't know where this is going. I don't know if I want to know.
I mean, like it's not like bad things, right?
The way you're implying it, it sounds like it is.
Okay, the power grid situation, I would say is a bad thing, but
I got in a debate with my mom and dad about this the other day, and I'm like, I understand the situation is not very good, but I'm like, I don't know if I fundamentally disagree with the outlook of Texas being on its own power grid.
So, like, on paper, wonderful idea on paper. But in execution, when you decide to try to cut corners and save money on something that you probably shouldn't be cutting corners and saving money on, it's a bad situation for a lot of people. I mean, that's like I have some work being done on my house right now because my pipes froze. So I haven't had running water since last Sunday. Because today's Sunday. So I was fortunate, I've had bottled water. I was collecting snow off of the roof of my house to use to flush my toilets for the last week.
Sounds like such a Texan thing.
Not
really.
I mean,
that's sarcasm.
that was all stuff I learned back up in Chicago. So
I lived in Chicago almost my whole life, and I've never used snow to flush my toilet, but
because you've never had to, but
if push comes to shove, maybe I would think about that.
Because there are things I learned like when I was in Boy Scouts and all that, like poop bucket. Like I learned how to properly maintain a poop bucket, which is just never thought like that'd be like neat, like useful information down the road in my life. But it's like, you line it with a plastic bag first, and that way you're good to go. You can it's
wow.
Get rid of the smell. And you just toss your poop in the trash.
Yeah, let me pause you for a second. Allison, you see the latest comment?
The poop bucket?
What? No, in the chat.
Yeah. Mommy, what's a poop bucket?
No, before that.
Oh, brothers and sisters, hello. It's from Vic.
He made a username. I was telling him about the
Hey,
screen.
it's Slick Vic. I love it. But now I know it's Vic. Like,
there's no secrets
perfect.
here. Vic, we're in hour 26 of this, 26 and counting.
so I'm like having this weird. It's just odd because the one time I was in Texas, I was in basic training, and I feel like I experienced some of these things, but it was in basic training, not because of the horrible situation that's going on in Texas right now.
I think Texas will be better in the long run for this.
I mean, hopefully.
There's always something that, people are like, okay, we can improve on this. Just like COVID, a lot of companies and places made improvements on their overall quality of life from that thing. So I think Texas can do the same.
I actually think one of, like, just a side tangent, like one of the most interesting things to come out of COVID from the last year is how low of so like normally like how many cases of the flu there are normal year, how low that was this last year, because so you had the combination, it was like the health, like holy trinity of people not going out, people masking up, and then people keeping their distance. So it's like if you got sick like from the flu like this year, like weird, just had to have been a weird occurrence because just so many people were just not like right. It wasn't normal.
Yeah, and that's fair because I get sick once a year and I was not sick at all last year.
But yeah, I mean, to go back to Texas though, I mean, it's interesting right now. I think Texas is in for another interesting probably month or so before things really start to feel like it was before I can't say normal because normal would imply no COVID anymore. But pre-freeze COVID Texas normal.
Is it weird that I already feel like we're in a normal? Like, obviously it's not the way that it was, but it's been a year, so I feel like this is our normal now.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think yeah, we're moving along really rapidly right now.
I think that's depends on where you are. I understand, Mossy's, that like you have a bunch of stuff that's a lot more open and all that you can go to restaurants and all that kind of stuff, but we're still like barely in phase 2 or whatever the heck because our state just thinks we're all dying.
And then there's my state that, it's the 5th highest percentage of COVID cases. And they're just like, yeah, open everything up. Sports venues are great. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So it's kind of weird because when I hear Mossy's talk about like what's going on over there, I'm just like, oh man, I just wish we could get there because we're so not there.
Right now, Illinois is at the lowest positivity rate we've ever had. So like even lower than like last August in summer. But we're in also such a different world than we were back then.
Yeah.
Because 13% of the state is vaccinated. The governor keeps saying late April, May that anybody's gonna be able to get it. So, things finally opened up about a month ago. Yeah, so we're not there. We're not that far off.
It's slowly but surely hopping along.
Getting there someday.
Well, I mean, technically we'll never actually be out of this situation. Sort of like, it's like we've had vaccines for things in the past, right? And there have been other pandemics in the past, and every so often, like you'll still see a case of one of those pop up. So like, COVID-19 is here forever now. Like,
yeah, it's good to say.
But it's all about now just making sure that people get vaccinated. They're staying. Just say
people dying.
Moderately healthy.
If people stop dying, once people stop dying, that's
a weird thing to say. Once people stop dying.
That's the only statistic. Man, I screwed this one up. That's the only statistic that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
When people stop dying, people this is not a big deal anymore.
This is by far like the most confusing room in my opinion.
Goo wants me to ask you probably what's the Taco Bell status?
What is it? Yes.
His eyebrows just went straight up
Yes. Sorry.
Yes. I love this is so funny. I love that you guys are in the same house. But you're asking me a whole country away to communicate for both of you.
Sometimes it's quicker.
I'm heavily in I don't know this dungeon, so I have some more notes that are a little bit more specific than I would usually have for some of the other dungeons. So I'm kind of following them because I lose track of these rooms.
See, Gooey's playing a game right now. He's playing the game to play.
Sands of Hourglass, nice.
The prequel to the better game.
I don't know if Vic is still in chat. Vic has been wanting to borrow my 3DS the last few weeks because he wants to play Phantom Hourglass. I'm sorry, like, Phantom Hourglass is currently taken.
Would I even dare say this isn't even actually a marathon because it didn't start with Phantom Hourglass?
The convention of that has been broken long ago.
I know, but it's tradition, right?
No, it's no longer. It was tradition.
Former tradition.
Yeah. Does that mean it's still? Yeah.
It's a tradition, a forgotten tradition. You can bring it back.
No, not forgotten.
Phantom Hourglass is not as bad as people say. It's bad, but it's still great.
It's anticlimactic. There's a lot of build-up for no reason.
We got some blue balls again.
I like this mini boss. He can turn you into a baby.
Oh boy.
I will say that my hand does hurt after playing Phantom Hourglass.
I usually play like with it sitting on the table. I never played it like I've made the same argument like 1,000 times. It feels like I don't play with it like on my like I play it with one hand and I just play it on the desk usually when I normally would play, like when I first played it. And it makes it comfortable. And I just play with one hand, just with the stylus.
Yeah.
Lykios, how are you? Nice to see you here. Spirit Tracks is... See, Spirit Tracks you can't do that, I feel. Like, there's just more engagement with that one. It's hard. Up, left, up, key, slate. Up, left. Your goo moving. What should I order from Taco Bell?
Crunchwrap Supreme.
A cheesy Gorita Crunch.
Oh, I got some good options here.
Someone says a beefy 5-layer, which is also a good option always.
Can you turn the fireplace off in the other room? I turned it on because I was cold, but now I'm...
Did they bring potatoes back yet? I'm gonna take that silence as a no.
I'm not sure. Like, I know that they're bringing them back. I just don't know if they're actually back yet. I haven't seen them, and I was talking about like 3 days ago. So.
Are we ready for TV? Can I get a Crunchwrap Supreme meal?
Yes.
Does it come with a taco? Is there a taco involved with that? If there's any sort of taco or Supreme, let's make it soft. I'm a softie. A Diet Pepsi. Or if they have Pepsi Max.
Baja Blast.
Rest in peace, Mexican pizza.
Right?
That will be all. Thank you.
Baja Blast tastes like a melted carbonated Otter Pop.
And I don't see anything wrong with that.
I will be done with this game in 20 minutes. Ish.
Oh, I guess you do just run past all the enemies in the last tower.
Maybe more than that, actually. But...
That Spirit Tracks mic though was abysmal.
Wait, where am I going? Go this way.
I'm reading in chat and just, oh man, the songs that you had to play at the end were absolute garbage.
That's the only game left that I haven't played ever, is Spirit Tracks. And it'll probably be played sometime this year.
Legios, Jason is going to be joining us on commentary at some point here in the near future.
Nice.
Late. Okay. Right.
Yes, it only took you two Nintendo DSs to beat Spirit Tracks.
This is the dreaded boss key that I forgot to get. Locke, if Locke is, I don't know if Locke's around. Oh god.
Locke might be sleeping.
Sleeping?
I don't know.
See,
I don't know Locke's schedule. Sometimes he stays up really late though, so.
Really?
I think so.
He's gotta, well, everything feels late in your world, right? I'm a...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I probably don't have a good judge of that.
How bad was Majora's Mask as in the... Oh man, it was rough. I feel like if I played that right... No, not right now. If I played that tomorrow, like after getting a good hour's sleep, I think I can beat my time from yesterday by an hour. Like I think I got 550 or something. I think I could get under 5 hours. Like like God, the egregious amount of errors I was making, and some of them big ones. Like,
Bummer.
I was a little disappointed because I wanted to get PBs or submittable times for every game, and I couldn't.
To go and get ready to record the podcast, so I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
All right, Allison, thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you a little bit later today.
Yeah.
Have fun with the rest of Ages.
We're gonna have a good celebration for the end of this run.
Sweet.
When we get everybody here.
Alright, later guys.
See you later.
Now, where's the last slate? Left? Did I do this one already? Oh boy, I got lost a little bit. Gotta check left, down, stairs. Shoot. I got lost. No, I gotta go this way. I didn't do this one. This is it. This is the last one. Does this room just look annoying? You never played this game?
Yeah, it does.
The stuff of nightmares.
Sandman Services, thank you. This is, yeah, it's 35 years. That's a long time in this business. I was hoping that they did, Nintendo did, like, some sort of like commemoration for the original Legend of Zelda. Maybe they don't need to do a giant project for everything, but something for the original Legend of Zelda would be nice.
I agree with that. It would be nice to see a bit more.
Wait, hold on, quiet.
What are you planning for the 50th anniversary?
I don't know. Update the page. We will let you know in 15 years.
Jesus.
Legend of Zelda is officially a boomer game? What?
Oh. No, I mean, if we're gonna put The Legend of Zelda into a generational title, I believe it would still technically be. Would it be a millennial?
This is a Gen Xer game.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta think like, who was the target audience with The Legend of Zelda in 1986 or 87 in Japan or in the US?
Okay, well, yeah, it'd be Gen X then.
So you got to think, that means probably people that were 10, I would say. Would you say 10-year-olds were the audience for...
Ooh. 86. I think... I mean, you're just looking at anyone who got an NES, in my opinion, but... I know my dad played this when it came out in 86. He would have been in college.
Like, I think, yeah, if somebody was 10, so they were born, let's say 87, this is when it came out. So if they were born in 77, 78, these are 42-year-olds, 43-year-olds. Yeah, a few kids that were a few years older, and a few kids that are a few years younger. I think people born like 75 to people born from 75 to 82 are probably the target, the initial demographic. But we were talking about this the other day, in the sense that, like, video games, the demographic of video games has changed so much. Not because, like, new people have joined, but it's just like those kids then are now, it's not like a lot of those kids stopped playing video games. I mean, some did, but I mean, it's not like their parents ever started playing video games, like, back in the old days. Oh, back in my day we didn't play, So it's like there's just so many more people that are playing video games, because kids every few years there's a new generation of kids playing video games, and then the kids that were teenagers are still playing in their 20s. The people in their 20s are now in their 30s. The 30s are now in their 40s, and even going back, like 50-year-olds who were big in the arcade scene are now still playing. So it's like there's now, like, very few generations of people that grew up with no...
Yeah, I mean, you're hitting the point where you have people who are, in their late 20s, early 30s, who they have kids and they're playing games with their kids, but those parents were playing games with their parents back in late 80s, early 90s.
Yep.
So you literally have 3 generations of people in a house potentially playing games together.
Yeah, I remember I played the original Legend of Zelda with my mom, and now I'm playing through all the Zelda games with my daughter. And so it's a lot of fun to be able to share that across generations. But it's definitely different now for my daughter than it was for me when I was a kid.
I'm very involved with the local, like, arcade scene, and I'm one of, like, 'cause there's, like, a whole revival in the Chicagoland area, and, like, amongst the group that I hang out with, and some of the regulars that I hang out with, like, we go to some of the local places, like, I'm one of the, like, the little ones. Like, I'm the youngin'. Like, most of the guys are in their, 10, 15 years older than me, but, like, because it's like that's that generation of people that never stopped playing video games. And
they never stopped going to the arcade.
Yeah. So it's like, it's weird. Like Dan, did you ever go to any of the local arcades around here?
I've been to Galloping Ghost.
Okay.
It's been quite some time. And then in the actual Chicagoland area, like, I think that might be the only, like, actual, like, because, like, I've been to Dave & Buster's, right? Like that.
Yeah, that's a different beast.
Yeah. I've been to some in the Peoria area though. There's a I forget what it's called, but it's like a bar arcade.
Yeah.
That I went there with some of my friends who live down there, so. But I know, like, inside the actual, like, city, because I wouldn't say Galloping Ghost is.
No, it's not even in Chicago.
Yeah. I know, like, in the city though, there's actually, like, some good arcades there.
Headquarters, the Emporium, a lot of bar arcades, mostly bar arcades. And the bar arcades, the demographic is a little different. So like by me, there's like the Underground Retrocade, which is a classic like arcade. And
Okay.
It's, I mean, you walk in. I'm a regular there. I got like a bunch of my own arcade machines there. Like I like collect arcade. I got like half a dozen arcade machines.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And but you walk in there on a Friday night or something, and you'll see some kids in their early 20s, late teens. You'll see people my age, late 20s, early 30s. And then you'll see guys in their 40s and 50s. People in their 60s. Like, it's like the age demographic is so wildly, like, all over the place. That's a good split.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Yeah, made up a lot of time there.
Well, that was more to do with my what I'm comparing to than anything.
Time is relative, though. And based off what you're comparing it to, it's working.
Oh, here's a fun story. So, 2019 Zelda Dungeon Marathon, I go and get this ring, because this is a very important ring. Because it is the blue ring. And the blue ring does half damage, so it makes the last portion of the game, you know, the final gauntlet and whatever, really easy. However, in order to use the ring, you gotta go get it appraised. Which I did. Then you gotta go put it in your ring box, which I did. But then you gotta actually equip it, which I did not. So I went through all the process to do this, and I never equipped it. And then, so I thought I had half damage, and I didn't, and then I died against Varen. I was playing Reckless, because Locke was beating me.
Oh no.
So, got the ring. Go talk to good old Vasu. Like, the amount of steps here is like, let's talk about a game that needs a little quality of life improvements here.
Here we go. Step 1, get the ring box. Step 2, get it appraised.
Wait, we want to appraise this one. Oh no, we don't have the friendship ring. Okay, now he's just teaching me how to do this. Okay, so you get the ring. I gotta get it appraised. I call this the blue ring. So I get the ring, get it appraised. Then you gotta go to the list. You gotta go to the blue ring and put it in your ring box. Then you gotta go to the pause menu and equip it. I feel like there's there's 4 steps to this, and there should be 2.
Yeah.
Get it appraised, put it on.
That's one too many, I think. I think you should talk to Vasu, and, like, it's like you get the ring box from him at the beginning of the game. And then I feel after that, when you get a ring, you should be able to, I don't know, like, you should be able to just appraise it at any point, I think. This is like if they made a remake.
Definitely modernize it a bit. Yeah, I could.
There should be no listing. There should be no list where Vasu has to... You should just always have the rings in your inventory and be able to pick which one you have equipped at any point.
Yeah, I mean, if you go into your inventory right now, how many miscellaneous items are you holding on to? What's a few rings?
Yeah. Yeah, appraise and list should be in the same menu. Appraise, list, and equip should all be in the same, like... There are so many people that probably...
List and equip should just be the same menu.
There are probably a lot of people, I think, that probably got the rings and, like... got them appraised and put them in the ring box, and then thought to himself, like, man, these things don't do anything. I don't really know what they're doing. Because they didn't have them equipped, and they didn't know that. This was a bit of a misstep here, but that's okay.
It's only it's only a 20-year-old game.
It's only a game. Why you gotta be mad? Did anybody get that reference? No. Is that too deep of a cut?
Might have flown right over my head on that one, honestly.
From an interview from a hockey player. It's got like this Russian guy. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? And he says it in like it's only a game. Why you have to be mad? And he says it like in such a high pitched voice, Russian guy. And then he's doing, it's hockey. It's a game. And then they ask him about the weather, and he's like, "What's the weather like in what's the weather like in Russia?" "Oh, in Russia, my homeland is." He immediately starts. It's the greatest video. It's It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? And he goes to immediate high pitched voice when they start talking about why you have to be mad. There you go. Why you have to be mad? Alright, 411. We want to beat this in 420.
I would definitely love to see both this and Seasons get at least quality of life upgrades and be brought to a newer generation. They are fun games, and I haven't played them in a long time because of the inaccessibility to play them.
Like a Link's Awakening sort of update.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if I want a Link's.
I mean, it doesn't need to be the same art style, but sort of. I feel like. I mean, I haven't played through all of the Link's Awakening on Switch remake, but I'm enjoying it. I'm taking my time through it.
Yeah, even something like a link between worlds kind of vibe, where it's just a bit better graphics. It doesn't have to be a super massive overhaul, but just bring the game for more people to play. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
What I kind of don't want is like when you think of the remakes that we've had. This is my opinion only. Take a game like Wind Waker. They remade it as Wind Waker HD, and it's a better version of the game. And to me, in my opinion, it makes the Wind Waker for the GameCube an obsolete game, because why would you ever want to play that when you can play the upgraded visuals, the quality of life improvement, you know what I mean? Like, the HD version is just it's good. It's a great like upgrade. And then like I feel the same way about Ocarina of Time 3D, Twilight Princess HD, Majora's Mask 3D, all of these games. I feel that way. Link's Awakening, I don't feel that way though. I feel like they made like a reimagination of the game.
Yeah.
Where like today, I like in my playthrough, it's like it wasn't like when I wanted to play the first 9 Zelda games, there was like a question to me. I'm like, all right, which version of Link's Awakening should I play? And I decided to play Link's Awakening DX. Like I don't feel like it has made the past game obsolete. And like in hindsight, when I think about that, what I would have rather had out of Link's Awakening was, instead of Link's Awakening, I would have rather have like call it Link's Reawakening. That was like the title I was using in the lead up to it. Or think of it like a Link Between Worlds, where it's sort of like a Link to the Past, but it's a new experience and a new game. I would have rather had that with Link's Awakening, where it's new. I feel like if they redo these, I either want it to be more true to the original, where it's like a just quality of life improvements, not a reimagination of the game. If they're gonna like rather than getting a reimagination of the game, I'd rather just have a new game. But an HD upgrade or just a sprite upgrade, like a Skyward Sword HD kind of thing. Once Skyward Sword HD comes out, I hope to never play Skyward Sword on the Wii again, because that would mean
Wii motion controls.
Well, forget that. I'm just saying that would mean they did a good job with the game, and why would you want to play the original? Link's Awakening, that's not the case, and I don't think that's because of because the Link's Awakening the game is bad by any means. It's a great game, but I mean, like, there's still a lot of. It just
doesn't feel.
It's such a different game.
Yeah, it's not the same game. Basically, they should have relabeled it something different than what it was.
We're talking Oracle remake.
I don't think I would have liked Link's Reawakening.
You don't think so?
No, because I think what's great about the game is that it could be like.
We'll talk about it later. Nobody can hear you. There's this. Alright, I'm fighting Varen right now. I will crush him like a bug. I want to beat her daughter. Oh my god. Come on, somebody quote that. Quote 266 is one of my. Should I be proud of that quote?
There it is. It's the end of the game, right? I mean, come on. Like, what could go wrong at this point?
Get captured by the only red wall master in the whole game? This boss is kind of weak. I'm not a big fan.
She's terrible.
Oh, this is the one phase you don't want. This one, you have to use bombs in this phase. As long as you can get lucky and this phase never comes up. If she eventually drops this phase though, enough time goes by. I think this is the phase you want. Dead. Alright. Baxter Stockman? That is a quality reference.
Ooh, that's a...
Thank you guys for the good games. Sorry guys, the last like few hours I haven't been as active with chat. I'm on my 7th wind right now.
Only 2 more to go.
get some Taco Bell live on stream here.
Get this.
What is? Oh, by the way, we have what are we looking at here? 12:30. Okay, we've got an hour until Oracle season. We might start a little earlier. I can get rid of some of these games from this schedule thing now. You've been awake for 28 hours.
That's rough.
Evan, you've been awake for 28 hours. What do you...
Wait a second here.
You haven't been here the whole time. Squishy, I did not PB and it was such a... Truth be told, Squishy, there's going to be a Majora's Mask stream sometime in the next month. I was not satisfied with that. That's garbage. Hot garbage. There will be another Saturday of Majora's Mask for sure. You can place your bets on that one. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that a lot. I know I haven't been as engaging the last little while here because we've been live for 27 straight hours at this point. Why is this like so zoomed out? Maybe I should make a time-lapse video of my hair over the last 27 hours. Alright, let me get my TV. Thank you.
Do some like elevator music right now,
My first.
Hey, Catherine.
This is my first Taco Bell in... When was the last time we got Taco Bell? March of 2020, maybe?
It's been almost a year.
Damon, welcome.
Hello.
We're eating Taco Bell.
I was just gonna get Taco Bell for dinner tonight.
I love how they made a statue of Link.
I love how it's just two dudes who can carry that thing.
They're the
Right, those guys are buff.
It's the carpenter. Is that those the carpenters? No, those aren't the carpenters.
Is this the only game where Link actually gets a statue?
Wind Waker, there's a giant one of him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
It's kind of a big deal, part of the plot.
All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna take off. GG Moss. We'll catch you later for Wind Waker.
Zach, thank you. Moose, you have a good afternoon. I will be here.
Good luck with seasons.
Be safe out there, man.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
See ya.
Be safe. Why do people say that?
Because it's dangerous out there. It's dangerous to go alone.
But why don't you just give them a sword then?
Why don't I just make it? So, okay. Concept theory. Would giving everyone a sword make the world more dangerous or less dangerous?
Well, you made the reference.
I'm asking you the question, though. In your opinion, would giving everyone a sword make the world more dangerous or less dangerous?
Far more dangerous. I would, when people say, like, drive safe, I usually reply, like, actually, I was going to drive pretty recklessly, but now that you mention it. This is a Mossy's pet peeve.
Drive safe.
Yeah, instead of it's dangerous to go alone, You should tell people, hey, remember, the Dongo dislikes smoke. Is that better advice?
Well, the whole advice of it's dangerous to go alone is flawed because you go alone anyway, right? Like you the entire game, you're just by yourself doing miscellaneous dungeons and quests. Like there's no one there who like actually follows you around to help you. Dude's off. It's like here's the sword, now off you go.
Yo, Pelimer, I love Pelimer's suggestion here. I think there'd be a good video series of somebody walking in public just giving old man advice. You want to just walk up to people and say, hey, bud, you hear that eastmost peninsula is the secret? Or what's the other ones? Is it Spectacle Rock is the entrance to death? Yeah. Give him that one. Give him that advice.
Tenth enemy has the bomb.
Hey kiddo, 10th enemy has the bomb. Oh my god. You have to dress up as an old man too? And do you have to only talk to children?
Oh, God, you're going to jail. You don't finish that day without police contact.
Wow. Walk into the waterfall. Somebody might kill themselves if they take that advice. Is it light outside? It's 11 a.m. Oh. So yeah. Okay. Wow. It's 11. That's a concept of time right now. I just asked Gooey instinctively. I'm like, wait, is it still light outside? It is 11:37 a.m. This is like the part of day that's